Shadowgate 64 Trials of the Four Towers is a first-person adventure game released on June 9th, 1999 in North America for Nintendo 64. It is a sequel to the multi-platform Wunderkind adventure game Shadowgate, an early old-school point-and-click from 1987, made by a company whose name changes a few times but we'll call ICOM for short. Published by Kemco and developed by TNSco in theoretical collaboration with ICOM. We'll get a bit more into that later. For now, just understand Kemco really had TNS make the game, and we'll discuss them as the sole authors of this particular experience. Before we go any further, I'd like to emphasize that Shadowgate 64 is above all an atmospheric puzzle game. You vibe to the music, environments, new items, and book entries as you go from refreshing scene change to frustrating stagnation, trying to rub your crowbar on everything, or hunt a young wizard's diary for flute-related clues, a desperate effort to progress. I played this game my first time without any guide or looking anything up until I completely, at the end of the fourth of four towers, just could not fucking fathom getting any further without a guide. What couldn't I stand so badly? Trust me, we'll linger on the puzzle that broke me, but take this as our overall perspective. This game can be beaten in just over 2 hours following a guide, and the current top 4 speedruns at time of writing are all under 56 minutes. I tell you this to put into perspective the fact that my original run took me over 13 hours, and that's only the time recorded that wasn't shaved off every time I hard reset in the first goddamn maze, which I brute forced my way through over the course of many hours and not a few nights, sometimes to go back looking for extra items or clues that were not even there. My real playtime on this game was at least 20 hours. So is this a 2-hour game or a 20-hour game? Well, all systems are what they do, but untainted by guides or a cyberchip designed to make you crush escape rooms in record time, this is at minimum a 10-hour experience of soaking in a small castle town and its locales, mainly the eponymous Four Towers. I did not record my earlier, potentially 20-hour-long playthrough. When I played through this in less than 2 hours to capture footage for the review with guides and foreknowledge handy, I couldn't even honestly say I felt like I was playing the game. I'm going to give you a taste of what this game is like, and then a spoiler warning before progressing deeper and spoiling any substantive amount of the puzzles. But consider yourself warned. You can only truly experience this game once, and I really think it's worth at least a no thank you helping before deciding it's for you or not. Before we dive in any further, for people who didn't immediately know what console a game ending in 64 was going to be on, and whose knees probably don't do this when they squat yet, let's talk about the N64. A huge milestone in 3D console history, the game and its catalog are much loved, albeit less imitated in the modern retro wave that tends to cling to PS1 moodiness. It was the last console anyone cares about to use cartridges and existed in a technological borderland. Indeed, its whole catalog very much feels like it. We've got Mario 64 as the 3D platformer all else is measured against. Star Wars Rogue Squadron with cinematic aerial shootouts between groups of vehicles, and the series redefining Ocarina of Time. I show you these games not to upsell you on a piece of hardware made before most of you were born, though. I do it to point out that wide open terrains with low levels of texture detail or small scale props were the norm and where many of its games shined. Third person was also overwhelmingly the camera angle of choice, even if some, like Zelda, had moments where you popped into a first-person POV. Shadowgate was an outlier, joined perhaps only by the James Bond shooter GoldenEye, which came out in '97, 2 years prior. Get put into a grungy fantasy world, and caged by the confines of its mundanity, in a way that's just completely outside the scope and style of the console's catalog. You're going to be looking at dark hallways, thick shelves, creepy caves, solemn cathedrals, and quaint, rustic yet half-ruined town buildings, alongside some gorgeous, damn near palatial interior walls here and there. The game is frequently broken up by loading screens because, well, how could it not be? These devs got a good level of detail on everyone and everything, squeezing the hardware for all it had, and it probably would have caught your family living room on fire trying to load even 25% of it at once back in '99. It also stood alone in terms of gameplay. If you look up adventure titles for the N64, you'll find shooters and action games and platformers. If there's another on the platform where your only means of interacting with the world is via puzzle solving, I couldn't find it. You sink into this world and grapple with its logic in a contest of wits, patience, and sanity, unlike anything else the catalog offered back then. But of course, the N64 was far from the only game in town. It's weird this is here, we should note, and what's more, this is a series started in the late 80s. Why are we just now getting a sequel from another developer? Was there a hue and cry for a modernization of the franchise? Well, we find ourselves now at a sticky crossroads before we proceed to the game proper. The Curious Case of Shadowgate 64. Subtitle, The Rights Holders of Mystery. Shadowgate 64 features exceptional audio by any standards, with the complete original soundtrack and lovingly placed audio cues. The textures lean grimy and dark, but without the modern sensibility to wash it all brown and call it a day. This accentuates the sense of a fantasy world in peril and ruined fortresses' forgotten halls, rather than making it boring. You'll be spending a long time in each zone if you don't cheat, so the lovely tracks and new visuals are always a nice breath of fresh air. You'll eventually stale with your own breath if you can't figure out the next puzzle fast enough. And it is, alongside all that, a Shadowgate game. And while it is a direct sequel to Shadowgate 87, it is not actually the first. To make a long story short, the rights fell from the original developers and wound up with Kemco. Beyond Shadowgate came out in '93, a by then traditional point-and-click where you viewed the protagonist and directed them around the stage. By '99, Kemco had the rights to make the game from a company that owned ICOM's catalog, and to make a long story short, per developers of the original games I reached out to, they handed Kemco a design document for a sequel to Shadowgate which was not at all followed. Aside from playing a Game Boy port a little as a kid and making pretty much no progress past the first gate, I have no other knowledge of Shadowgate. I played this one as a kid and was fascinated with it, but never got beyond the first tower. The Shadowgate series is rich and full of lore and beautiful visuals and fun puzzle gameplay, I'm sure, and the original developers have regained the rights and crowdfunded some truly awesome new titles done as they were intended to be. Check links in the description to go check those out and then understand the following. For the purposes of the entire rest of this video, they may as well not exist. I am giving you Shadowgate 64 as I received it. A standalone glimpse into a fantastical, curious world. I am going to evaluate this game completely on its own merits and grounds and retain my ignorance of the rest of the series until this video has gone live. Maybe I'll come to hate this version of Del Cottonwood, who I'm given to understand is the protagonist of not just this game, but also the new Beyond Shadowgate. Maybe I will find what they've done to some original lore appallingly undercooked in a way that sours me on what I've seen here. But what we're here to do now is look at it as its own work of art. I capture for you now a singular experience and moment in time, as if though all of ICOM's other titles were but a Midsummer Night's Dream. So rest your head, sweet dreamer. Rest and let me take you where we're going. To the trial of the Four Towers. To Shadowgate. The world spins and time moves on. The memory, the fear of the evil that once walked this land has faded. Gone are the guardians who have stood vigil against its return. The heroes of ages past are no more. The one who fulfilled The great prophecy in defeating the evil lives now only in the tales of bards. Peace and prosperity have returned. Yes, peace, prosperity, and complacency. The world spins and time moves on, and the evil stirs again. And this time there is no great hero to rise against it. Long ago, this road saw warriors and kings ride its length. Long ago, this road was a lifeline across the continent. Long ago, this was a well-traveled and safe road for freeman and serf alike. That was long ago. Now, this road which cuts across the high plains near the Gatekeeper Mountains, home to the fabled castle Shadowgate, has become a haunt for bandits and thieves. Those unfortunate enough to travel this road know the risks and danger, but may take the chance because of the necessity for trade and commerce. And so it goes that the caravans come and the bandits plunder. On this day, another unlucky caravan has fallen victim to the thieves. But this time, the fate of a young halfling and the very world itself will be forever altered because of it. Well. We're Dell in a cell. Dell Cottonwood is a wee guy, a halfling to be precise, and so our view of the world is from a shorter vantage. It helps keep small spaces feeling larger, leaning into the system's strengths, and now we're thrust into the cell. This initial prison cell actually has its escape solution, play for play and beat for beat, in the game's manual. I think this was smart, and the whole room is smartly designed, because it gives you a vertical slice of all the fundamental interactions the game has. We're going to go over how this escape happens, but before we do, let's talk about how the world is presented to us and how we interact with it. The first moment where the player is in control could be reasonably termed the proper start of any game. All that comes before, serving more as a preamble or forward to the core experience. First-person free-motion, free-look games were not common on the platform, and in addition to being far from settled science in general, didn't usually focus on environmental interactions and picking up puzzle pieces. Your movement is a bit stiff, everything feels a bit big, because you're a halfling. I also suspect this was to keep the system's emphasis on wider terrains from tearing at the constraints of the game's enclosed designs too badly. Whenever you look somewhere, you automatically look backwards once you're done holding down the stick. You can crouch to sneak about, which I did a lot on my initial playthrough and pretty much once on my footage grab run. One button checks the inventory, one button interacts generically. It can talk to people, initiate moving through doors, and pick up items. It also interacts with whatever you're looking at with a selected item while looking at your inventory. There's a map screen that just informs you that you don't have one, for now. So we're a manlet. I'm not going to violate my own rule here and dig into how much of this has been ICOM's core idea, so let's refocus instead on the game as its own in its own era. Actually, the same engine was used for both this and the South Park FPS, where you played a kid throwing snowballs a bit. Other stuff. Turok was an Unga Bunga sci-fi dinosaur FPS for the N64, but it was a port of a PC title. Rare had pulled off GoldenEye used before, but were notoriously good at juicing systems for all they were worth, a la Crash Bandicoot's unprecedented cartoony 3D animation. There was only so much time and budget to go around, so the team got the movement tech serviceable and left it there. I enjoyed piloting myself around the world, with the subtle bobbing and thematically appropriate footsteps joining the blend of dark fantasy textures and dour-looking low-fidelity character models. Everything had a sense of scale that lent credibility and gravity to a world where that all too easily could have come off as goofy and undercooked. What I'm saying is that despite pretty much no aspect of its gameplay being revolutionary, this is pretty much a coup. By all rights, this shit should be a constant camera jam-up with smeared half-suggestions of textures that look like melted plastic with very occasional colored box items. The fact we're immersed in a first-person gritty dungeon with a proper sense of scale where everything feels about as large as it should and has enough fidelity to clearly telegraph what it is without outshining the fidelity level of everything around it is a triumph easily taken for granted. We're about to hit spoilers, very minor spoilers. The rub here is that the manual literally tells you all this shit, and even I, as a very dumb child who barely saw any of the game at all, never failed to escape this room. I'm going to take us a bit deeper through the sewer zone below, but if you want to go in completely fresh, use the chapter skipper below to pass over the play sections. There we go. Final warning issued. Let's solve some fucking puzzles. We can inspect our environment for a description of the manacles and futz with our bed, but the most natural draw is the window to the cell over where our neighbor in misery slumps against a crate. We get the prompt to disturb him or not. You'll notice quickly the game binarizes two options with virtually all interaction prompts, which hampers what can be done with dialogue. You'll almost never say no, but it does act as a nice checkpoint and acknowledgement you're doing something that leads to progression. We knock the wall with a lovely audible yet muted series of thuds, and our friend Agaar wakes up. After a brief conversation, he introduces himself as a wizard and reiterates our backstory to us. We never see our own dialogue. Despite nobody having voiced dialogue, they use very Zelda-esque tricks like this, usually deployed against the silent protagonist in order to give us a sense of what Dell's saying. Normally, this is meant to keep us in the role of the speaker in totality, like whatever we may have just blurred out at the screen was literally heard by them, and now they're giving a response. Here, it acts as our brief backstory dump in the summarization of our first 2D animated cutscenes we've just dumped out of, or maybe skipped past. It does a neat job giving us our identity and predicament. We were the caravan that got attacked, we're a halfling named Dell, and we're pretty much fucked. We know this is a bandit fortress, and our chill prison mate Agaar is a magician, who could spring us if only he had his magic orb. Put a pin in that, and bookmark our blonde boy here. This is one of 2 long-ranging connectors the plot gives us that helps keep events feeling related and escalating. Right after we're interrupted, in a sequence that will grow familiar, we never receive a visual indication of it, but our controls are taken from us, and a cutscene wherein Dell looks at stuff and moves on his own plays out. In this case, it's the arrival of the jailer, the one who we saw lugging us down the stairs earlier, and gives us our meal with a biting, "Time to eat, halfling. Enjoy it while you can. It may be your last." Not to slag off the writing too hard, and surely won't always hit this par, but this is pretty good. If you skipped the manual and jammed through the earlier dialogue and were totally checked out during the unplayable cutscenes, we've reinforced who we are and that we're in peril here. "I've heard the tortures shall start tomorrow. I don't know why they waste time on you." You hear distant sounds that could be whips as all this happens, and get the distinct sense they're not messing around. This whole scenario is very striking. It does a good job of taking a dead simple premise you've heard and seen 1,000 times before, and just rubbing your face raw in it. He goes on to call giving you food a waste, and buggers off. Agaar gives us a little more exposition about Castle Shadowgate, where we now find ourselves, and mentions a lot of important establishing details before we're really let loose. Castle Shadowgate is a legendary center of magic of all Caltwallin, but it's nothing but thieves and treasure hunters now. Lakmir, a sorcerer, made some cool magical loot people say is here. There are 4 towers, but nobody's been inside in years. Old boy Agaar here couldn't even get in, and he's a magician. He's locked up because trying to break magic wards in the towers hurt a few thieves, which tells us they didn't nab our guy on sight. You're in the cell with the meat, the bed, and a guy you can talk to, who just sprinkled Worldbuilding on you, then asked that we respect his nap time because they're coming for him soon, trademark. You can interact with stuff in the environment to get descriptions, but no item or choice, like the manacles. You could interact with the meat to get the option to eat it, or the straw bed on the floor to get an option to move it aside. If you talk more to Agaar, he encourages you to get some sleep, pointing logically to the bed. With the straw moved aside, you see a hatch! Eureka! You can also smell the sewer below, which, ew. You get an option to try prying the grate off, but it just won't budge. The dialogue prompts you with hints about leverage. If you eat the meat, a delightful, blissful mitzvah awaits you. You gag on the greasy meat. While we eat, we chomp away the meat and then put down the bone. All the animations relating to Dell's hands just don't have any. And this is smart for a couple of reasons. The focus on the items is key to how the game is played, and animations involving hands holding stuff without clipping is notoriously the bane of all animators. We put down the lone bone, and interacting with it goes straight into picking it up. No interact option prompt. We have, necessarily, learned that when it's just getting an inventory item, we'll go right for it. Armed with literally one item in our inventory, and a crate that resists our attempts to open it, then mentions leverage, there is obviously one course of action. Use bone on grate. Going through the dialogue empty-handed doesn't trigger it. You've got to look at it and use it from your inventory. When it pops open, your reward is a hole that, when approached, you simply hop in. That's it. Our first room is clear. Let's review, shall we? This is a tight series of grates, with a minor allowance for nonlinearity. Each gate is cleared only when we demonstrate a fundamental capacity of play, meaning we cannot progress into the wider games until we're used all features. We have to know how to move around and hit the interact button to talk to Agaar, before which there's no items in our room. We have to select options after interacting to get our first item or open the way to the first interaction puzzle spot, the grate. We have to, intentionally or not, progress through a second order of thinking and puzzle solving. Eat the meat, get the bone. Options can produce items we take in the environment, and none are so blatantly obvious or shoved in your face as the meat-bone progression. Trust me. We can eat the meat or move the straw first, but we cannot progress until we have done both. Lastly, in a check that we can access the inventory and understand items, they are interactable, we've got to look at the grate and use the bone. This is all heavily prompted. A rich soundscape and the dialogue impress upon us what an absolute shit situation we're in. We need two characters who will matter later on. One, a friend with a useful ability, magic, who shares a lot of knowledge, and one, a menacing antagonist we have every reason to fear and want defeated. In a game with a rich tapestry of swooping sound, we're left with relatively sparse and bleak awareness. It's richly textured but frightful and alienating. You can really feel the walls closing in. With this room completed, you really are ready to adventure. Outside a token handful of bespoke encounters that all build off these same fundamental building blocks, every fundamental task you will complete in the entire game will be a repetition of something found here. They will be dressed up differently and deploy their own logic and have their own hair-pulling ponderances about them, but this is really the whole game in miniature. I think that's definitely why they spelled it all out for you in the manual. It takes you by the hand and gives you baby's first adventure game, because it knows it might need to, but also because it empowers the game to stand alone as its own example. As a stupid kid, I couldn't figure out much more than this, but I wonder if that's because I wasn't distracted by simpler stuff with more swift rewards or more heady mixtures. One year my computer and 360 were broken for weeks, and all I did was, without internet access, try to ram my head through the puzzles in Jedi Knight, Jedi Exile. That game was pulse-pounding combat punctuated by real head-scratcher switch puzzles and labyrinthine level design replete with risky jump puzzles and deadly lethality. He was looking at you, Nar Shaddaa, so it probably kept my child brain more juiced for the between segments. But again, I only even got that far with no other choice. So we established the game is simple, but also for the patient. As we drop into the world below, the true adventure of Shadowgate awaits. Free from our cell, our journey to take on the trials of the Four Towers has only just begun. You plop into a hole. Darkness and a controlled camera headshake surveying yellowed stones and grimy bars. The water is blessedly clean in the sewer, so presumably everyone up top is using latrines after the toilets got warded. The soundtrack gains a subdued yet triumphant beat that's just pressing on, and the MIDI horns somewhere between heraldry and looming darkness, which I'll expand on more later. But the dialogue says, "You shake the putrid water from your clothes as you look around the dank sewers." So we can assume someone's been sneaking down here to smoke weed. It's a pretty strong spur as far as an opening jaunt goes. You've got a fatal drop into water down the hallway, 3 doorways, including one that abruptly becomes a fatal drop into water, and some interesting bits and bobs along the water line naturally draw an interest. We're about to pick up our second item, the first to see reuse, the iron bar. The game is unlikely to use any item twice, although there are exceptions, and when they're not used, where they're found, there's usually dialogue or writings that hint at their use. In the room overlooking the water, we see that rooms can have multiple entrances, and some are more useful than others. On my recording playthrough, I actually forgot a key detail one naturally finds when rummaging about in proper play, which is also where the ancient map item is. You can get a rough overview of the whole damn Castle Shadowgate from here. The game is practically forming a covenant with you here. You will explore all these rooms, no more and no less. The zone you're in flashes red, and you can read its name, giving you a general idea of how the loaded level relates to the areas as a whole. I'm usually not too into such tight scopes, but as you'll see, I think they give us just enough to get lost in the majesty of it all. Deeper in, we find an L-turn to the cavern we've overseen, and a room containing a cave wall we cannot climb, but interacting with suggests there is some way to. Using the iron bar on the stalagmite, described as ready to fall at any minute, allows us to make like a dwarf lumberjack and timber that shit. We've got a bridge over a deathly fall trap now, which you could count as gameplay of its own, since there's no death screen possible in the first room. You can save your game any time, so it's pretty fair with how it handles risk, although lining yourself up right across risky crossings can be dangerous, and I always found myself forgetting to save. The game just isn't terribly dangerous most of the time, and substantive progress or puzzling over what was available both distracted me from the task in my first playthrough. We get our first piece of writing. There's a guy talking about how rich they could get off a find, and how scared he is of his friend's suggestion they sell it to the sorcerer. A skeleton lies besides. There's a pickaxe and a proper stone wall in the next room, past the impromptu bridge. But despite 2 doors, it's no dice on either of them opening. It looks like we'll be needing keys. No points for guessing that had become a major component of play here. With the pickaxe in hand, we can ascend the earlier wall that reinforced a potential tool in its description. Lots of places that call for items, you'll have noticed, mention what sort of item may be of use. Right now, that's pretty nifty, but later on it will become maddening as you consider your whole backlog and have no obviously useful items acquired anywhere nearby. There's a skeleton in the main shaft's water, and glass bottles in the water behind where you drop. If it's your first time, you could go mad trying to grab them, but neither has a use just yet. Instead, we use the pickaxe in a nigh unprecedented double tap. First to climb, then to crack free a stoppered hole above, and to climb up and out through... the tower's toilet. I've got questions I don't want answers to about the cafeteria here. At least we can see why the tower sewer is clean. Alright everyone, pack it in. The taste of narrative review has been sipped, and now it's time for Dark Souls lore video. I'm only kind of kidding here. I'm going to discuss the world here because we've just popped into the single largest repository of books in the game, the Student's Tower, and there's pretty much nothing between us and grabbing most of them, although several have blank pages, a problem to be overcome later. Thus far, you may have noticed we're in a pretty bog-standard Tolkien fantasy world, and your very observant friend. We've only said halfling like 5 times thus far, but don't worry, we've more yet to come in the adventures of Del Cottonwood. We'll touch on each book as we grab it, and I won't go too in-depth on any one of them here, but given the game's nature, Most of the substantive lore drops are communicated via book and note found throughout the world. The world of the game feels strongly inspired by everyone's favorite token distillation and pop culture icon, Dungeons and Dragons. You broadly get the idea that Cal Torlin could be a D&D campaign setting, and a pretty prototypical one at that. On the surface, it's a common fantasy world, but beneath, it has its own fun details. There is a maker, or the One, who is the deity overseeing this shit. This shit is the four fundamental forces of order, chaos, life, and death, each with their own type of magic, the last of which has been banned for irrevocably tainting the soul. No spoilers, but let's just say scholars are far from infallible in this world, and leave it at that for now. The Maker creates sentient species and then sees how it all pans out vis-a-vis these four fundamental forces. They're called the Four Orders and govern in his stead, so we've got a clockmaker god at a removed from universe's operation who is nonetheless the creator. They make the heavens and the earth and give birth to the Four Orders. So, they got on to making species. Fairies come first, the Quothra. They're described as heedless and carefree. They were easily manipulated by the four powers, so the One got upset and said, "Yeah, go ahead, fuck it up, holy war time," and allowed the Four Orders to make war through them. The One was displeased about a lack of balance due to the manipulation, and when the One feels balance is lacking, his modus operandi is a table flip where the kids get to have fun. So after the war ended, there were the ashes of the world that evolved the Johira, or elves. They became the chosen people, and the One was pleased by them. The collective mind of the Johira was, however, eventually subverted by chaos. It's not clear whether this was like an opinion poll situation or elves were a hive mind in this world, but the One amplified chaos's power so it could end the world because it already had a leg up, so fuck it. Balance impossible. Frankly, I think some game designers could take cues from this guy. Once the world ended, the Johira survivors of this chaos calamity hid somewhere to ride out the madness. This is the origin of the sentient species. People who hid in caves became dwarves. Those who hid in the north became barbarians. And those who hid in the swamp became fenlings. Now it's not often used, but the game established later that a fenling is a halfling. So, we're descended from real bog dweller Bilbo Baggins stock, we cottonwoods are. Fair props if it's intentional, but cotton does grow best in wetlands. And those who chose the plains became the humans.
Almost all of this is learned from the Book of Orders, and it's the most extensive guide to Cal Torlin will get. The rest of the high-level stuff is either how magic items are worked, the slow extinction of dragons, or what happened with the great hero Lord Jair after his epic victory. There is more than enough context clues to put two and two together within the game's text that Jair was the protagonist of a prior entry. We overall get a pretty straightforward D&D campaign setup. Artifacts of past species can be found, the types of items that exist, and how and why their use is locked away behind certain rituals is explained, and we'll actually have to interact with a couple trigger mechanisms described in books. Some characters give you magic words to utilize items. Some books point out details about how certain schools of magic have environmental cues on their items, like life magic in the presence of light. Almost all writing in the game is functional, but usually disguised pretty well. Personal grievance gloating tells us about how certain tests have been subverted. Kids' diaries about getting punished hint at other rooms and items up ahead in other towers. The restrictions and lethal booby traps on certain items, and how to subvert them, are detailed in myth and legend about them, and a general overview of how the good Lord Jair's reign and Lakmir's attempt to run this little wizard's academy ultimately puttered out to the decay of today. I must say I liked it, and whenever I picked up a book, I read it end to end. I don't really do that in RPGs anymore, probably because they run a lot longer and have less relevant stuff to say, but also because there's just more to do in the average game. And there I feel the weight of them opting for the cheaper voice acting free exposition delivery method. But here, nobody has a voice anyway. If they wanted to put in someone's digital mouth, they just did. Limitations on unique faces and stilted model animation quotas aside. I'll close my meditation on the world building found in the books by saying that Del Cottonwood and Lord Jair are drawn very distinctly by their contrasts here. Lord Jair is painted as an unlikely hero, who rose to the occasion and ascended to the kingship after his victory in a very happy fantasy ending style. But Del Cottonwood was just some schlup in a caravan that got. And now he's trying to get the fuck out of the very place, Castle Shadowgate, the Lord Jair came to defeat the evil warlock. We also find out said evil warlock definitely not gone for good via the books. I think it draws a clean contrast. We're not wielding a cool staff or marshalling the kingdom's forces behind us. We're looking in corridors and jamming bones in grates. Is that what Jair did? As far as the game's text is concerned, if he did, that's not what we sing the songs about. We'll consider our hero Del and his journey more once we get back to actually playing the rest of the game. But before we resume that, I'd be remiss to not mention a true standout feature of this game. The soundtrack. My 4 orders in one balanced addicted uber deity, the soundtrack. This game has just over an hour of music in its OST, and every piece could be an orchestral piece fit and fashioned for a Hollywood production of the classic era. Despite the relatively limited sound tech compared to modern devices, what could be achieved had just seismically shifted with the N64, and despite not being a disc-based console, they managed to put in a ton of quality music on there. We have a heavy, dark piano, brooding bass, rising tunes, and drumming of cymbals easing us in and out. Triumph, journey, bravado, fear, anxiety, desperation, and more all sing off the top of the track. We have a lot of fucking zone tracks here. The dungeons, the sewer, the basement of the tower we're about to go into, the rest of the tower we're about to go into. I cannot emphasize enough that they really stacked out this fucking soundtrack. Reaching a new area was such a reward, in large part due to the fact you got to hear more of the soundtrack. While you could assume this would be grating after a while, I honestly found some of the tracks infinitely groovable. Indeed, the ones that grew grating really did make long lurks and head ramming against puzzles even worse in some areas, but part of me wonders if that wasn't intentional. Like, yeah, you're in a shitty place and you feel anxious about what you're supposed to do. To carry, it's part of the experience. The soundtrack makes you feel that. It's never player hostile, but I've never called it emotionally neutral either. You could close your eyes, lean back, and imagine the sweeping human plains and dwarvish mountains and fenling swamps of Cathedral and the parallax sweeping by beneath your boots with this chest full of bangers on. I'm no audiophile, but by any objective standards, this rips. It's definitely the kind of OST plenty of games go back to years later because its timeless qualities keep it emotionally impactful. Gamers, too. Music as theme and plot device will re-emerge a few times across the game. I won't touch on them too closely here, but when I hear the Song of Triumph, I can almost perfectly envision the unvoiced lyrics written in-game being sung alongside it. The soundtrack is credited to Saori Kobayashi and Kenosuke Suemura. I don't think the credits broke either's role closer than as developers at TNS, but I have to think at least one of them was on point for the game's sound cues as well. Everything is clean-cut and well integrated. Sound design in gaming was definitely in its infancy back in '99 when this game dropped, and they both deserve their dues. These two heralded best practices well before they'd be adopted industry-wide as far as I'm concerned, and I don't think this could have been possibly achieved if they were not in tight and constant collaboration with the team about the game's aesthetic and events. This won't be the last time I bring up the soundtrack, but it's pretty much all I have to say before a close review of every track. It's just so damn good, I won't be able to help bringing it up again and again. Really a masterclass, 10 out of 10. The only reason you shouldn't throw on the OST after this is if you'd like to experience each track first, where they're tailor-made to be heard as they intended for you to listen to it, as a reward for progressing through the game. Alright, the game. Before we get going, I'd like to catch up on the NPCs we've met thus far. Most NPCs are pretty simple and never leave where they are. But not only are Agaar and the Jailer exceptions to this rule, I'd just like to give everyone their due day in the sun. So, Agaar. Everyone's favorite laid-up magician, our boy Agaar loves scowling and orbs. He's lost his spellbook, so now he's mostly focused on nap time, but is friendly enough to offer an exposition dump to a halfling in need. We'll be rummaging through his house later. Next up, the Jailer. Fan favorite of fascists everywhere, he's always looking to imprison people, yet questions why they're even worth keeping alive. Doesn't think it's worth feeding anyone. Is the kind of guy who runs the jail in a small town run by bandits in every conceivable way, although his favorite hobby may prove quite a surprise to you. We'll find out later. Now then, on with the show. Whoa there. There's light at the end of the tunnel, and then there's a nice, broad, widened out portion. We exit the poop chute and find ourselves with multiple rooms littered with items. We can't take a slipper yet, and there's a spooky ghost girl giggle as a riding horse toy sways in the same room. But we make progress elsewhere. We find a locked door and head our way on up to what appears to be a lobby with a desk. Worth noting, there's a cute little mouse scurrying. You occasionally get small animals scampering about at various points in the game. Mice, bats, maybe the odd frog. I honestly can't remember. We enter the room, grab a little statuette, see the other ground floor doors are very much barred, and now we get the most persistent meeting of the game. Get ready for our third Dramatis Personae, everyone, and get ready to meet Mr. McName-dropped himself. Lakmir. Oh, Lakmir. We're going to be seeing plenty of him. This wizardly apparition is as much a milestone around the game's area as he is a millstone around the game's neck. The atmosphere and vibe will begin to strain under his weight shortly, trust. Let's go into that first encounter with hopeful eyes before we're thoroughly dashed to a lower view. Ah, the traveler arrives. The traveler, Del Cottonwood, to be exact. And who are you? How the fuck do you know who I am? Who am I, halfling? And how do I know your name? My name is Lakmir. I am a sorcerer. This tower is where I trained my disciples. You're not here for training, eh? Alright, I gotta give it to him here. Kind of funny one, Lakmir. Which way does the road wind for you, Del? Which path will you follow? The wide path is easy, but leads to death. The narrow path is hard, but leads to life. If you choose the narrow, then seek me in the next tower. The Tower of Lakmir. If you choose the wide, then you are not the one I have waited for. I will be there, halfling. The question is, will you? Bro straight fades away after hitting us with all little T's and theming and just saying the tower of my name rather than saying, I don't know, my tower or something. This could have honestly been a strong start to Old Boy, and credit where it's due, we actually get a little personality of our old wizard plot dispenser here. One might imagine he'd appear to reveal information and guide you, and one would be half right. He will appear and there will be information, but the guidance will be, well, you'll see. I want to reiterate that if you're playing with a guide, this is about a 15-minute jaunt. But if you're playing normally, you're patting yourself on the back after figuring out there used to be a pickaxe or that you can actually pop off that one broken bit of pipe. Eureka moments are all over, and hard to predict based on the guide that makes it all seem so obvious you wonder why you ever needed it. We're on the first floor, and there's plenty to go, so let's get hoofing. After however long of just dungeon and sewer, we're in a really new yet equally dreadful place. School. We see a doorway flanked by unique, almost hieroglyphic stones to either side. We're going to a fancier spot and it shows. The lower levels were more storage room and worker living, but as we ascend to this floor, we see another side of the tower. It's more stately. Ascending yet further, we find ourselves in a dim library with long tables. The place is lousy with books, but we do get a faint splash of light from windows to either side. The room is mirrored on the far side of the wall, for no reason I can discern, other than being expensive enough on resources, they couldn't just make the whole room a single floor. Regardless, we're left with plenty of room for more literature. You may notice some of these are, well, blank. It's a strange inclusion, and there's more than one of them. Clever cookies might suspect they're setting something up here, and you'd be right. But we'll review them once we've got the ability to do so properly. Moving on up, we find ourselves in a tripartite split room and spooky. When this fucking desk tilted over, I damn near lost my shit. Fully immersed into the game and excited to finally ascend out of the muck and mire below. I'd only really come to expect action triggered by my own completion of a puzzle or otherwise activating something in the environment. This isn't the game's only entry queue, and particularly when it comes to stuff like scurrying mouse we saw before, they use it to great effect. It's sparingly found throughout the game, and for whatever reason I find that's for the best. If you've ever seen a YouTube fodder horror game, you know why. Some spices spoil the broth. Overshook. We mostly find books and notes, but hey, cool statue. Didn't we already find one of these? And to top that, we've got an ancient coin. Put a pin in coinage in general, but note this is a fancy golden one referred to as ancient. Okay, so we have a runaround looking for a fairy statue here. You may be wondering what's going on with those statuettes, but as we went over before, the species began as fairies, who re-emerged and evolved into elves, who likewise split into the modern species like humans. I was down to the statue. I needed to properly do the puzzle, and didn't think I needed to check the guide, so winged it. But it's pretty straightforward to brute force since one of the 3 slots is locked in, correct, from jump. The game does not love to give you more than 2 choices at a time, really, and while it keeps the focus of what there is to choose clear, that works to its advantage. This puzzle did not take me long my first go round, but the evidence is neat here, and what we interact with and what we use is too. If the whole game was this tight, it'd be a lot shorter, but also much easier to recommend. The bunks. Not a super impressive area, but overall we get something pretty rare for the console and era. A cohesive sense of place. The place is where they train the pupils. We've got the bedrooms up here, below classrooms, and what appears to be a teacher's office of sorts. Below that, the library, and a lobby on the main floor. Storage, employee lodgings, and the shitter are in the basement. The nether realms of the sewer beneath that. Despite how constrained we are by small rooms and load doors, we've gotten a full sense of a functional place. Of course, I do have some questions about how the students could have been sneaking out if they had to take a hidden doorway through a teacher's office, but you know, we give them a fair amount of points anyway. This really just was not the norm at all at the time. While almost any other N64 game had larger contiguous levels loaded to explore, I'm stumped to cite one that could compare in fidelity and detail. The developers deploy this to their advantage and really let their assets shine. The same desk gets reused, the walls change only a few times between levels, that sort of a thing. But with the palette at hand, they managed to show off some great flourishes of their brush. You can't stay in school forever, though, and a game where you're trapped inside the whole time gets claustrophobic and samey. The closest we've seen to a glimpse of freedom is those windows on the second floor library, and wouldn't you know it, a student diary mentions a magic flute that he's been trying to figure out the trick to. We find it up here in the bunks, but we use it down on that level. A place that was seemingly just for lore and exploration out of the last holding pattern is now a channel of escape, and we use a clever little silent checkpoint that flows diegetically. See, you could design this whole space with the flute in the library by the book, really closely keying it to the windows. Maybe more likely someone would try to use it there, right? Or at least put two and two together about the book on types of magic and their unlocking methods for items being relevant because they're right next to each other. Light is mentioned as associated with life and fairies, being used frequently as a trigger for life magic objects. But by putting the flute on the top floor, we know the player must have passed the statue puzzle before they've got the means to escape the tower. It doesn't arbitrarily float in front of you and say that, and you don't really feel anything other than, yeah, I've checked this whole place and now I've found the means to escape about it. But it's a neat trick we'll see a few times that showed the team had plenty of tight sequencing of events. Mostly. We put rope from the basement in the window and bam, a way down that's too unsturdy and small for us to use. Use the flute in the window, looking, conveniently, right at where you need to be small, and we shrink down to a mini dell. Now, we can slide down the rope and find ourselves in a Bugs World-ass giant dirt pit. After we use the flute again to grow, we realize it was probably a freshly dug grave awaiting a corpse. The graveyard. Spooky, recognizable. Exterior. We get settled into the foggy vibes. If you're a video essay veteran, I'm sure you've heard endless times about how fog is used to mask low draw distances to great effect. While most exterior zones aren't large enough for it to be more than a background static vibe, that's as true here as anywhere. We begin as we mean to go on with exterior zones, hemmed in by walls and fairly straightforward in their contents. We do get to check out a number of gravestones, most of them undifferentiated. With no way back up into the tower we've just left, we face down a new doorway and swing it open to find the Cathedral. I mean, okay, I think it's the Shrine or something, but I call it the Cathedral. It makes up for its stubby length with grandiose height and general style. Plus that bird Jesus John they've got to symbolize the wand is a pretty solid centerpiece. Gives would keep ending the world until their 4 children learned to share equitably vibes to me. Quick snoop around the cathedral reveals there's a locked passage up to the roof and an open door down below. We can slide on down there and have a poke about to find, what else? Keys! Keys ahoy and keys aho. Playing through the game linearly, the keys all made a lot of sense and I never got confused. Actually playing my first time though, wow, did I miss some important shit. I wasn't getting all these little bits off the pegs the first go around. I wasn't trying the wrong keys. I was trying the wrong keys on the wrong doors all the time. Crowbarring off the coffin took me more than a minute to figure out. You get the idea. There's a lady here with a death grip. on this book she was buried with, so we leave it with her for now, because I can't tug hard enough to take it. We got what we really came here for, the crowbar. That lower doorway can lead us to a fun and magical place, double back to the sewer and student tower zone, so we head back up and look around first. If you're playing for the first time, you probably rush back up to the big doorway and use your keys on it. The saucer pillar things have an interesting description and stand out as unique landmarks, so I tried tons of items on them too, hoping to spark some divine revelation. And you notice the texture on the ground runs straight into the fucking wall. You better believe I was convinced it was a secret doorway and not, rough texture work. But you really want to pop up the ladder and have a look at the peg. I hadn't realized this was here initially, and ascending to it and having the crowbar handy made me feel like a goddamn genius. You're damn right I've just got what I need to pop that nail out of the wall. We send that shit flying, and much like eating meat for bones, you can pop nails for, well, nails. I begin to take umbrage with the closeness of the crowbar, iron bar, and nail in terms of how tightly they seem to be in the same sphere of logical usage. But hey, we're playing a puzzle game adventure here, so trying 3 items routinely in the same spot of the same sort of place is par for the course. This roof. Oh, this roof. So you see how there's obviously a bunch of broken bits on this roof. This is where I first died in my initial playthrough. In fact, I wasn't even sure you could die, other than maybe vague recollections of death by sewer cave water from my youth. It's super obvious, but for some reason every time I would come back across this roof, I'd find myself splatting below. Instead it was a routine walk between zones for me to go and check for stuff I'd missed and items in an old space I would forget to save as there'd been no progress. It was a grueling exercise, and these pits claimed at least a dozen minutes of my life to resets at the least. Armed with foreknowledge, diligence, and cheating so as to not get stymied into complacent slip-ups, I make it by no problem. So, this is Lakmir's tower. We've got a change of scenery in what appears to be a mailroom. Did his messenger pigeons land here? Either way, we've got a generous helping of unlocked doors to hoover right up. The kitchen introduces us to one of a set of mechanics they went so far as to advertise in the box. The game has 2 sets of mix and match items. You've probably seen the conspicuously empty equip slot in the bottom right of the inventory a few times by now, if you're not the kind of weirdo who, like me, sometimes throws video essays on behind or across the room from him. If you are, hello friend. Happy to arrest you with momentary fear and anxiety as we drift together through nothingness. We're going to have fun with cooking, using our book lore and a cool potion we nabbed, the divinely empowered Dragon's Tears. We spritz up some water nearby. Throw that shit in a mug and we keep it moving.
I see that you choose the narrow path, young Dell. Will you continue the journey? Here within the Tower of Lakmir are numerous magical rewards that await you. The second floor and beyond contain places where no one has ever walked. What awaits you will test your will, nay, not just your will, but your gift. I leave you a gift and a task. Should you accept this task, then it is yours. But first you must find the gift. Call it a test. We will speak again.
Oh, a gift? A test? How vague. I wonder if we're going to start to get anything more substantive from our old pal Lackey? Nah. You'll stay and see why we call him Lackey Active. Lakmir, actually. Whoa. Okay, moving right along. Flashy, splashy, the fireplace. Oh, gods, this fireplace. While the room is lovely and I was struck by how gorgeous it is, the level of detail expected of the backgrounds versus the foreground began to struggle here. It looked like something was up in the fireplace, but when I couldn't do anything with that, I started to look for patterns and interaction options on the banners and walls. You never pixel hunt wall textures in this game, but I broke down to the point of doing it about thrice. this being the first. With a little splash on the fireplace and a special emblem, we open a passageway down below. We've got strange machinery here. Oil from the kitchen that I kept thinking would need to get mixed in with the potion and water, but no. Oils, the hinges to get us through a big metal door. Fun fact, that hinge squeak going through doors, if you oil them first, they won't make it. This isn't a persistent change that goes away after passing through, but it's a super fun reusable item in detail, and I loved finding this out. My overall take is that this could have been a really interesting detail, and it started out as one. Wait a minute. This wizard, who was super powerful and knowledgeable, has some steamworks in his basement? What appears to be a mechanical lift and doorway? Are we about to learn all sufficiently advanced tech is magic and this is some sort of fantasy post-apoc setup? Was he on the verge of triggering the fantasy industrial revolution, but debated whether or not the one would decide that was too big a win for order or death and just end Cathedral's shit yet again? I'd tell you to hold those thoughts, but that'd be akin to Spike Spiegel letting you know you're gonna carry that weight. This is never followed up on. Tech is as advanced as it needs to be for puzzles to work in all other instances, meaning the best we get otherwise is water flow control valves. We pass through the tech basement and get a Lakmir visitation. Ah, my young friend, the path winds round and leads you to here. Crazy opener on your eternal life age gap apprentice. You just got into your locked private basement, but go off, Professor. So you wish your gift? It shall be so if you continue on and accept the task. I'm starting to get the feeling Lakmir is really just trying to keep me on the line long enough to trust rug me into giving him my credit card and security number. But know this, halfling. The path becomes treacherous. I spoke of a test. Here it is. Yes, ignore the part of the account recovery text where it says anyone asking for it is a scam and give you the code. I've done this all before. It was in my younger days that I devised a maze to confound mine enemies. This line meant nothing to me at the time, but looking back, I, personally, am one of his fucking enemies, bro. Lakmir is my foe. He designed this shit to confound me, and confound it did. It is this maze that you now enter. The key is to follow the knights. The key is to fucking nothing! I swear to the four orders and one apocalypse-slinging blue bird above, and on Cal Twillin's very name, this man is gaslighting you! Gaslighting, I say. You can check the helmet crests and go over the positioning and work out any sing-song logic you'd like to understand how this maze goes. There isn't a fucking pattern. You have to brute force it. And due to a little trick of how it progresses and repeats certain room patterns, I lost many hours of my life to this stupid shit. Horrible sentence. Half is childishly restating the obvious, like a fifth grader trying to pad a state-mandated test essay. Half is an actively harmful hint to look for a pattern that does not exist, distracting you from either raw brute force or shutting off the game to go for a nice walk and maybe call a loved one instead. Ah, but which knights? That is the test, for they lead up to my inner chamber. Now I will say, there's a striking metal grate behind him. I assumed it was a gate that'd move later, but no, it's just a teasy screen showing you what lies beyond. I've marveled over its shape a few times, and have a couple of theories about what it is, but we'll get to those later. 'Tis the place of my gift and of your choice, so prepare yourself, young one. Alright, no more jokes. Let's just observe as our old friend Lackey fades away. This shit has gotten noticeably worse since the last time we saw him. Did my man have a stroke? He is in the realm of the dead regenerating while still technically being alive, I think. Did he encounter the dead Neem Tide Pods and decide to pop a few, thinking they were mana health combo potions? Really, I think the translation slacked up here, or perhaps the outline called for a Lakmir visit at this juncture without people going back and realizing what that meant. Oftentimes, a top-level rhythmic event like the appearance of a supporting NPC feels right when you're looking at a whole timeline of a game, but functionally, what more does he have to tell us? A useful fucking hint about the maze would have been nice, but as mentioned, nada. Amazing. 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 So I'd like to stress here, really stress here, that I have the guide up and know this shit is coming. I carefully review and have in my clean line of sight the maze map. I go through the maze and, I shit you not, bail out. I get to the bad end loop around failure stage of the maze. How could this possibly have happened, you may ask? Before we get to that, let's discuss the mechanics here. There are a couple of odd factors about this maze. Every night statue is a warp trigger. You only touch them to activate them by walking up, not hitting use on them. Most ways to fail the maze pitch you back to the very start, but if you only fuck up at the end, it shows you the successful side through a little prison grate. You've got a knight to either side, and behind you, a doorway that invited the demons into my brain. See, go through the doorway and you warp through non-Euclidean space to reach the upper floor, forcing you back through a couple load doors to get back to the start. I shaved time off my save file because eventually it was literally faster to save right at the entrance to the maze than hard reset once I realized I'd fucked up. My paranoid delusions about this maze are mini in flavor, vast in quantity, varied in sanity, and overall a high level cognito hazard. But to slide you a peep past the curtains into my sick, dark, twisted fantasy brain here for a second. I started to believe that non-Euclidean space was involved in warp passages, and that maybe you actually had to go a certain pattern, then you'd enter the door properly. Or maybe you had to go through several times. Or, better yet, you turn around and enter in how you came out. Maybe a certain item was used. The flute? Drinking a potion. Maybe I'm messing up by restarting all the time now. Maybe I just had to go through twice with the same precise pattern. You'll note several of the chambers are functionally identical. I spend most of my time believing that certain choices loop you through the maze, and so I was not truly progressing, but it wasn't failing me out either. Did I have to achieve one or more such loops before reaching the room to wind up on the far side? I couldn't honestly tell you if that last idea even occurred to me back then, but it's flooding in now like so much mental detritus. I'm just gonna say this. If you cheat on one maze in this game, do it here. But if you cheat once in this game, don't do it here. I'll tell you about the right spot later. Onward and outward from purgatory we march. Bask in the bliss that is walking through this damn maze without feeling any of the hours of pain of forcing your way through, and your notes on what way to go blurring apart into uselessness as you invent new aberrant branches surrounding the nature of the warp mechanics and room repetitions, and freedom. Fun fact, touching that knight statue warps you out of here. No permanent passageway opens up here, like we get between the Disciples' Tower and the Cathedral. And yes, I did waltz into it accidentally more than once while ramming my head into the puzzles up ahead. How did you know? I do not claim to be a man who is good at puzzle games, just one who enjoys this particular puzzle adventure game for its vibes. We've got more potions and a few of the trinkets. Hey, this green one, that's an interesting description. I wonder what would happen if...
Hey, Lamau, it's fucking poison, and if you drink it, you die. Honestly, 10 out of 10 gameplay. As with the dragon's tears in the water earlier, we can mix and match alchemical reagents at certain points to create certain effects. The general usages are described in an earlier book I let myself get too hung up on in my first playthrough. But the overall too long didn't read is you can mix them at certain places. If you've already mixed at a certain place once, no more use for it there. Also, don't think too hard about all of the ways they're described as being usable in the book. The dispel magic properties of the dragon's tears are a big hint, but most of the rest are misnomers. We have a look around at a few items in interesting places. This set of chambers suggests Lakmir may have had special classrooms he needed to use for students he wanted to pass down additional information to. Maybe even information about the technology. But honestly, I think the logic just breaks down here. The bedroom is cool as fuck. Lakmir's got a neat star ceiling and all that. But why are these desks in a room that just has a big machine? And what does it do? You can go ahead and vote now on your phones. Maybe down in the comments section. What fucking item you think goes in here? Go ahead. Guess. Just describe it if you haven't caught the name thus far. Here's a screen. Take a good look. We have it already. If you guessed iron bar, you're correct. But what does our machine do with it, you may ask? Why, it does key, of course. That's right. It takes an iron bar and poots out a key. Very logical dedication, my dear student. See, you're the sort of top-tier material Lakmir just couldn't find, sifting through all the hopefuls sent from the far reaches of Cathedral far and wide to seek the right to be called a sorcerer. Those idiots lacked what you have, prescience of dumb mechanics in puzzle adventure games. Now, we have our key, and we head into Lakmir's room. And oh, we're going to mix up a heady brew. We've got a fancy dish, so why not go in for it? We consult our relevant tone, we do a little chemistry. The smoke from the dish makes the ceiling glow. The glowly ceiling and standing on a chair, nice reminder for a manlet, lets us key a ceiling hole, and we're in. Nice trick, Lakmir. My favorite part is you've got a fucking device down the hall that can turn random metal into the appropriate key, and the ingredients to reveal the holes were around your school. How did we wind up here? There was a lot of tight focus starting out. We've just reached a really triumphant crest, though, so bear with me as we're introduced to the other major mix and match mechanic as we largely put the potions to bed in their favor for the rest of the game. Now the cutscene. This shit really slaps. It gives a heightening of tension, shows more of the outside world, gives us our first proper look at this Belzar dude, and ups the stakes. Lakmir won't be straight with us about the threat, but it's pretty clear McEvil Wizard dude is here to fuck shit up. And Lakmir's dialogue confirms as much. The cutscene is brilliant, with its transition out through the skylight. Don't ask me how it's in the basement. Maybe we're off to the side of the foundation. It's a garden drainage hole or whatever. Major prize, beyond the advancement of the story and our pending freedom to explore the castle town of Shadowgate itself, are the 3 rings. Red, green, and blue. We've had bad green experiences lately, so we'll put that aside. The blue ring, you may recall a note, had kids having to wear and growing itchy as a punishment, and it inverts our controls. The red ring shows us Lakmir when put on, and we learn it's going to let us speak to the dead. The only downside is you can't talk to living people while wearing it, but whatever. In theory, this could have mattered more. In practice, it's just to ensure you've got a reason to ever take it off. You may not realize this, ever or for some time, but those blank books, actually, they have been written in a special ink revealed by the blue ring. I guess the students sometimes had access to it for non-disciplinary purposes, or else enjoyed thumbing at empty pages. Now we may emerge victorious over the bullshit of not 1, but 2 towers. The game's linearity is really starting to grate by now, if you've managed to stick it out through the maze, but if you have, then boy oh boy, is this where it actually gets good and wide. We return to a dead woman of some note whose coffin we pried open earlier. We have a talk with the lady, and hey, what do you know? We hear a sad story alluded to by the note and skeleton in the sewer. Her journal tells us even more, but wasn't there a skeleton down there too? A lot of the game just opened up, and it's hard to know where to go first with it. Suffice to say,
If you got dead people energy, particularly hard anywhere previous, odds are good there's a ghost or four to go chat up there now. But most importantly, the rusty key. With this, we can pass through the tunnels below and visit our old areas. I think keeping us banded off from them was important, but it gave the impression it might be more linear than it is. You can double back and sometimes need to. We learn more about the story of Saul and Lucas. For as basic as it all feels, straightforward dialogue, simple journal entry, basic ghost placement, we spent a lot of time on this side tragedy with two friends whose journey for treasure ended horribly when one was consumed by the offers of wealth through darkness to kill his friend in service of his mother, who didn't even want the dirty money, just her boy back. This story is at its root pretty impactful and told across an incredible length of the game. We set up this tragedy in the second zone of the game. It paid off much later. Now, you remember that weird giggle and riding horse movement? Let's go check on that room with Ghosto Vision on. We find an old man with another sad story, a missing granddaughter. In a nice bit of reversal of purpose, but equivalent outcome, he gives us the graveyard key. Imagine we use it to get there. Except we can already go there, and there's no little ghost girl around. We use this key to escape from the Cathedral gateway out into the village proper. Holy shit. I cannot describe how vindicating it was to pass through the gateway and realize I had stuck with this game for a good damn reason. The reality of the game as speedrun and the game as played branches out quite a bit here. So let's take stock and then look at the map. We've got 4 towers, yes, but even with 2 down, sans a room on the ground floor of the Disciples Tower, there's more than half a game to go. Roads sneak around a central dark, warped structure with a huge shut gate you just saw Balazar open up and enter. There's one part of the town that is halfway slagged. There's one part of the town that has been dug up by loot perverts and turned into an excavation zone. There's one part of town that has all 2 living representatives of the Bandit gang that captured us, and has just been bulldozed into submission by the evil wizard army that arrived. And there is the one part of town that's halfway normal, with the civilian business still somewhat operational, and a deeply criminal loan shark with a wide array of violins available. We start our journey proper here, but in the interests of speed along the plot, we head to fully Ouroboros our entry into this place by going back to the beginning from above. The jail. The jail has to be one of the least thematically consistently textured buildings. The paver stones it's built out of look like they could have been intended by the original artist's floors. The internal walls are nigh palatial and provide a lot of gorgeous spaces I'd expect to take tea with a noble lady, and yet there's also dingy castle barrack style rooms full of broken and too large shite. We get the broken lance and broken shield here, neither of which have any use I'm aware of. That's pretty rare for Shadowgate items. I can only guess the castle was once larger and these tile sets and items made more sense. Perhaps the jail was originally directly below a tower or the underexplored central structure itself. And maybe doing puzzles with makeshift MacGyvered together broken weapons made more sense in an earlier iteration of the zone progression. I may be starting with this building in town first because it's sort of the least compelling of the town structures, so we may as well get it out of the way, even as it hints at what more the game could have been. But I also want to hurry us along to the payoff of the plotline we started in the very first room, and to visit our original 2 NPC pals. On the way to do that though, we'll meet a third. The Troubadour.
A fancy lad, the palatial setting feels appropriate for him. He really looks like he's squatting in a lovely room in some forgotten castle. Really, it's the brick shithouse bandit, jail come abandoned barracks, but hey, let a guy live large in his own little space, yeah? He's one of the few character faces who doesn't appear morose or scowling, and part of it's because he's a pixelated handsome lad, Bogdanov, with the chin line of a kite shield and the brow line of a Balenciaga model. We get a further taste of the game's music in the Song of Triumph's lyrics alongside it being played. The songs auto-progress dialogue to avoid unsyncing from the sound. You already know what I'm going to say. Masterclass, all around. But note how all I can really do is say, please sir, I want some more, or fuck it, I'm out. The game's largely limited to binary dialogue options. I don't know if someone was bad at programming, more complicated logic would take up precious space in the cartridge where fancy 3D objects belonged, or they just couldn't make a textbook elegantly provide 3 or more choices across all intended launch languages. But you're pretty much stuck with binary choices, and that makes chatting up the Troubador and the Bandit guy at the gatehouse just outside pretty awkward. We get a lot here. A glimpse into the lonely and unexpected music and life of the man who imprisoned us. We get a rousing song about the victory of Lord Jair. A natural classic for this world that fits in naturally as a logical part of any bardic repertoire. And a silly song about bandits he plays to avoid getting killed. His little storyteller in exile story is a lighthearted, in part, way of showing how he copes with his reality. But we have another fundamentally sad story. This man washed up here because he had nowhere else to go. I think this is part of why the dark fantasy lean and grim tone work. You don't need a lot of flowery language, voice dialogue, or extensive screen time with unique dialogue to get across the fact that Mr. Fancy Bard doesn't want to be noodling away in a shit-ass bandit keep. You learn a little bit more about how he was found half dead from the bandit outside, and we'll get to more of that later. But I think it's telling that such a fancy lad finds himself in such a forsaken landscape. It really adds to the vibe and the dark fantasy lean of it all. The songs are a slog, and the binary choices combined with auto-progressing dialogue mean there's no skipping or hopping back in line. You just need to keep mashing yes when prompted. Once you're through though, he rewards you with a strong guidance on an otherwise tricky environmental puzzle, plus an item necessary for progression. A flower. We're very near to where we got imprisoned, and right over our old pal Agaar. But we cannot reach him just yet. We're going to pay our respects to a random Des wizard first. You may be asking yourself why, but I'm afraid as the scope grows wider, the focus grows hazy. You can do quite a bit of the middling tasks in variable order. For my recording run, I patterned my play off the speedrun and long play format that gets the game done in 2 to 3 hours. I will step back to highlight the variable pathways through Shadowgate here and there, but for now, just understand we do not need to be doing this right now, but we can pretty much the moment we finish Lakmir's tower. With our stout little fenling, the heroic path enjoyer Del Cottonwood, we rip the fucking boards off the side of the cathedral with our bare fucking hands. Maybe they're just kind of wedged up into the walls, since they couldn't drive a nail into the cathedral stonework? At least I hope they couldn't. Either way, I actually tried all my usual pry tools on this before realizing a simple interaction does the job. We find ourselves at a grave, and the red ring lets us know there's a very sad wizard here. We learned earlier about how permanently death magic marks your soul, and in a moment of weakness, this poor magician turned to it. Oh, the lamentations, the sorrows. Is his only fate just to suffer? Nah, sprinkle some golden shower trademark Gatorade on his grave, and he'll be right as rain. Yeah, they highlight how ultra rare and powerful Dragon's Tears are, but since all potions are unlimited in this game and you get it early on, it seems like a lot of impactful shit gets trivialized. In a sense, it helps keep the tone lighter, Most dark fantasy would make such an item require great sacrifice, or be at the end of a long, deadly quest, or perhaps even be a poison pill all its own. But Shadowgate 64 doesn't really play ball like that. Shit's grim and people have sad stories, but you can ease that suffering and reverse fortunes with relative ease. It gives the sensation you're not in a dark fantasy world so much as a dark fantasy scenario in a fantasy world, if you take my meaning. The whole of Cathedral isn't established as of the genre, just the grim modernity of the rundown castle Shadowgate. With the ghost's soul cleansed, he shares some fun magic words with us and impresses upon us why we'll need them. We now know there's a thirsty stone that needs these magic words in our future. When I actually played through this organically, I got the stone well before the words, despite how much easier it technically is to obtain the words. Ultimately, a lot of these deeds, however straightforward they may seem relayed to you by me, are sort of eureka moments after long stints of hearing the cancel sound, trying to interact with various walls, and rubbing items meaninglessly on stuff, and combing back over books and pages to try and find a clue I missed. So with that out of the way, let's go check out everyone's favorite fantasy location staple, the inn. We get bounced for arriving as a stranger and a scrub at this ramshackle inn, the Rusty Sword. You'll note, however, that the diary of the old lady mentioned she was friendly with the innkeeper. So what better way to endear ourselves to him than to arrive wearing jewelry she was buried with? Walking in with Jezebel's ice on gets us roundly accused of grave robbing, as well it should. This is a nice bit of theming and practicality, in my opinion, that actually leads pretty well into a new mechanical concept. A quiz! Yeah, that's right. I hope you're a real note-taker pedant, because we've got a quiz on our hands. The story of Saul's mother and friend Lucas just keeps coming up, so you'd be hard-pressed not to at least recognize the names by this point. And you have to be wearing her amulet to get to the quiz. And you'd only draw that connection organically if you had actually read and understood anything about the person you found both items with. I did not get there quite along so narrow a road, however. Sorry, Lakmir. I was bouncing around wearing the bling because I thought it was cool and was tired of the red ring causing Charlie Brownmouth and had long since learned neither of the others were wise to utilize, mostly. Of course, you can go blingless, but Dale just strikes me as the kind of guy who doesn't do that unless he absolutely must. The quiz is simple, and it was a unique surprise and joy to get jumped with. I hadn't tried going in without the amulet on, and didn't realize what was going to trigger it. I figured the guys noticed it about your person. Either way, it's time for... Introduction. That's right, ladies and gents. It's the wide and cheery yet gruff Innkeeper. We're in a proper fantasy story, alright. When he's not griping about his lack of income, he's griping about people trying to patronize his establishment. But he does it all so affably you forget he's bourgeoisie scum. Honestly, the Innkeeper feels like he's got one foot in a different game. I can imagine much more in-depth interactions with him. After we pass the knowledge quiz, which has a randomized set of questions from a list but only asks a few, and only with 2 options per, we're left in a fancy inn, run down a bit, with a mysterious lady. The Innkeeper has plenty of dialogue and good direction for our next major puzzle piece acquisition. But first... And another character known only by her title. Seeress feels the strongest standalone, as if she's some oracular larger-than-life figure. It's like she's only slumming it with the hoi polloi here, due to it being the conflux point of all fates in Cathedral. Except we know her brother's name. It's the first one we learned. If we wanted this vibe, he could have been the magician. But starting out, we felt it important to ground us with the friendly dude's name in a way we care about less now that we're getting a back-to-back one-room introduction. To be fair, this is pretty much unprecedented outside that starter room, though it is dwarfed by the graveyard if we count neighborly ghosts. Anyway, this person is a seer, and that's not just a title. She knew we'd come, and she knew we'd escape. We can tell that Dell is taken aback by her replies at parts, and yeah, he should be. She's saying she knew everyone else in our caravan was going to die and let it happen? Yet we're also only alive because she led the thieves to believe you had useful information. Holy shit, this is incredibly tight actually. While I don't think the game can convey the plot beat very well with the tools it has available, it's exceedingly grim. The Seeress manipulated the future subtly to spare one life she knew would be useful by telling rough killers to keep you and juice you for information, knowing, and perhaps given the apparent mutability of fate suggested by her own decision influencing the outcome, trusting we'd escape. Everyone else in the caravan? Well, if Dell doesn't get here and succeed in his quest, world's cooked anyway, I guess. Grim stuff. I wish I could say her dialogue really instills this in you, but in my first vibes only run, I completely forgot this revelation and don't think I quite picked it up. So yeah, little blink and you miss it, I suppose, at least for me. We get a magic orb that can help our man Agaar, and wow, is this a callback and drawing to the closing of a loop. We start play shit-canned in a prison next to a dude who could get us out of here if only he had his magic orb. What do you know? Untold play hours deeper, and unscorchable library of maze memories burdening our mind palaces. We've just met his sister, and we have exactly what we need to get him out. Naturally, we'll try to rescue him now. Or earlier, but, well, that's not so simple. The jailer is a lurking menace, and we have no way past him that seems to work. Yes, Dell has a sneak. No, it doesn't actually let him sneak past guys, though I do still use it while passing behind people sometimes, out of habit. You may have noticed a few coins on the ground as I walked around town. The extra observant can tell that whereas the cool one I have is gold, those look more coppery. We strike again on the issue of what items have use and what do not. The ancient coin is a unique item, a special tool we'll use later if you will. The shady pawnshop guy alluded to by the Innkeeper and Troubador, who the jailkeeper was compelled to sell his violin, sells lots of stuff for those coins you see around town. Except none of them are at all useful. Trust me, I bought them all and desperately tried rubbing them all over once I got stuck. Man, if I had a real quarter for every time I thought, this is where you need to use the Ware Gauntlet. But yeah, he's got an assortment of knickknacks, a beautiful brooch, vintage jewelry case, out-of-season ripe fruit, gauntlet, and handcrafted pewter cup, all available for 1 coin apiece. Simpler to code checks and removals for, I'd imagine. But what he also has is the violin, and since he's been threatened about what will happen should he sell it before the jailkeep can come reclaim it, he's very remiss to part with it. As in, fuck that copper shit remiss. And no, he doesn't want the ancient coin either. That's for a pit pervert we'll interrogate later. In the graveyard, one of the graves stands out from its static description compared to the others. It gives you the sense of a non-standard description might, for some, stick in the mind. With our ghostly ring on, we can see what's up. Say, remember that flower we got from the Troubador that he described as a courtly gift he'd be given after a good performance? Sounds like a very fancy gift indeed. How about we... Ah, yes, here he is. lighted at a sign of care for his grave after all these years. Armed with yet another key phrase, this one slightly less magical, it's time to go spelunking. Now we descend to the depths for 3 treasures, a friendship sustained, an unimaginable pile of riches, and a cameo from everyone's favorite Dora the Explorer character. Early on, I kept thinking there might be some way to fish subtly just over the edge with an item or clever standing position at some stuff down there. It is pretty rewarding to return and learn that there was indeed great treasure, hidden not behind high skill precision input pro Shadowgate 64 gameplay, but rather friendship. The kind of friendship only a rich man and his servant who died hiding this huge pile of money can enjoy. Which I hope to never experience on either end, frankly. Still, this man's super grateful to be finally relieved of his post, and he gives us a huge fuck-off treasure. We keep in mind all sorts of trite reminders of what money can and cannot buy, which both feel appropriate for the theme and sad story of Rastolin, but also serve as an organic hint to go check out a place you can actually buy and sell stuff. The Innkeeper doesn't want your money, and there's only one other business in town, so it must be the Pawnbroker. Whoop! Ah, the map. Yeah, I didn't come back and get this till just now in my footage grab playthrough. I think it's nice that you can leave items behind that aren't strictly necessary for advancement, honestly, though it would definitely make learning the town a lot more tedious if one went the whole game without it. Okay, so the Pawnbroker. We've been pointed to him a few times, subtly and less subtly, by the Innkeeper and Rastolin and the Troubador. This is a phase of the game where you can freely wander most of the castle, banging on doors and wondering if the mug is maybe the secret to getting to this tower with the weird dragon statues somehow. He feels like he could have taken up so much more of the game, but I'm ultimately glad the only critical path role he has to play is here. We get pointed to it strongly by dialogue, and it lets him play a deeper than average role without granting us too much of a human puzzle to be solved. Thankfully, the game never truly gets huge, but you'd be surprised by how much latitude there can be to obsess over picayune details, even in a space so banded. Once everything can be a key, anything can be a doorknob if you squint hard enough at it. In the story of the violin related by the Troubador, really far into a lot of dialogue and unskippable segments many people are going to be glazing over for, you get exactly what you need to know for the upcoming section. We walk into the Pawnbroker. His generic answer dialogue around now is to explain that he won't sell us the violin. If you're past me and you think you just need to collect yet more coins, but you'd be wrong, past self, go check out the graveyard and think about what you'd do if you were really someone's friend at their gravesite. There are 3 violins in this Bandit Keep pawn shop. The 2 others presumably finished off corpses and luggage during bandit raids gone by. We have to make our choice based off adjectival descriptions of each, and only one is described as chipped. The Troubador mentioned the jail keeps violin getting chipped, so barring other details, we go for it. If you fuck up, you can swap it out, so this is far from a soft lock if you didn't pick up that detail in your first go round. I will point out that the Troubador hanging out in the jailhouse has a double reasoning to it. You could have put him upstairs in the bombed out looking tavern where there's no other NPC, but you gate him behind the Jezebel quiz and put him in a less resplendent setting. Atop that, though, there's the obvious. Proximity to the puzzle he has just helped you with, and is integral to the chain of logic with. It feels crazy disconnected if you've been playing for a while, but consider the following sequence. Music Guide tells you, dude, you need to get past really misses his violin. Music Guide gives you flower, you know is an appropriate courtly gift, e.g. rich people gift. Check in on Rich Guy Ghost, sad he had no real friends who came to visit his grave. Give him said appropriate gift, a flower. He tells you to go grab his fat stack of cash. You do so, and flip it into a singular violin at the pawn shop. You return with the elixir, Violixir, a changed and fully realized hero. That is to say, you plop that shit on his desk and sneak past him. Now then, we return to where the game began and rescue the one's eepiest wizard. So we carefully slide downstairs, serenaded by the dulcet musical stylings of our captor. I like to sneak here out of paranoia, but honestly doubt that it matters. Once downstairs, being certain to snag the key off the peg, we rescue our friend Agaar. One of the few people worthy of a name. We haven't seen the guy for hours, and this is perhaps the most triumphal and heroic we've been all game. We slide inside the cell and, oh shit, the jailer is onto us, and now we're stuck in here. If only he had his magic orb. Am I right, guys? We do, of course. I wonder if you arrived without it, how the game would progress. Did we soft lock? Just get stuck riding out the failure sequence? It is the good timeline, though. We don't have to worry about all that. We hand the man his magic orb, and he does a switcheroo teleport. Ha! Not just for knights and mazes, but also styling on violin bases, too. We lock the door and leave our captor to rot. This was a thrilling sequence to come up upon for the first time. Reviews actually highlighted the interesting non-combat resolutions, citing this very sequence. I can see why, as it's striking, memorable, it's just events in an adventure story. It's sadly pretty rare, and sneaking past and outwitting enemies just happens less than not having any enemies but yourself and the puzzles at all. Shadowgate 64 often leaves you guessing on where to go next, but aside from the other signs, Agaar is quite explicit. We should go see him at the inn. So we do. We're greeted by an automatic dialogue sequence once we enter and receive the thanks and gratitude of the siblings, who offer to take us the fuck out of here. In one of his rare clearly happened but we didn't read it made you dialogue responses, Del refuses the opportunity to bow out now. He even references that narrow path Olaki's always going on about. He wishes us well and unlocks his house, piecing out without a reward item or a further hint because he's pretty much just tossed us the motherlode. Now, you don't know what house he's talking about, but you probably also didn't spend hours banging on every damn door in this fucking town. I knew exactly where he meant and darted off there right away. Eureka! Of course keys and potions and rings didn't open the door. Maybe that guy from the dungeon did it. Structurally, this is pretty great. The game cannot, or will not, grant us more than one item per interaction. Getting all the shit we're about to find in this room dumped on us would be comical in a bad way. But since we're doing what the game is about, accessing a new room and rifling it over for items and clues, this feels like all the better a reward. More gameplay, more progress, a different room. Agaar, I love you, bro. You're the best. But first, let's grab a poison plant and chat up Lakmir. Notice the actually not useful at all coin in the corner. Start a count and see how many you can tally up. I put their count somewhere between fuck and all now, but honestly, at the time, finding them and realizing there was a multi-item currency in the game felt like a revelation and provided a little dopamine hit. It didn't deflate nearly as hard as you'd think when I realized they weren't all useful because, well, it had happened over the course of like 20 hours. The fact not every item got used meant that, yeah, I had a bunch of useless junk in my inventory, but sometimes
picking up something that felt like it should be there and getting a little description of Del Grabian was part of the fun. The game benefits from their inclusion, although later we'll get bogged down with inventory bloat. The general principle that items only get used once and are used fairly close to where you collect them holds true. Lakmir gives us another pep talk. That's nice, Lakmir. Oh, that's a Lord Jair statue? Seems pretty prominently placed between the Disciples and Trial Tower. I wonder if we'll do something other than Frog Watch here at some point. His hands and fingers are looking kinda empty. So here we are, our grand reward. We've just paid off the second largest character story cycle in the game. Oh, what's the longest? We've heard about it quite a few times now, so I'll let you guess. And no, it's not a ghost. In honor of our newly won friends fucking off out of this shit because the woman who sees the future says everyone here is doomed, we toss the apartment. We have what appears to be a genuine article of Dragonalia. That's right, a dragon talon. Aside from that, there's a book and flint. The flint is one of those rare items that actually does get a double dip, and it's used in the sorts of places and ways you'd expect, so I give it a pass. Unlike the crowbar, iron bar, and bone, it's not like we also have a lighter and a lantern. I actually forget to get something here, and I want you to just look around the room and see if you can guess what it might be. Trust me, you fucking won't. Okay, have you guessed yet? Watch this shit. Watch it. It's in frame. Guess now. What do you guess now? If you guessed this, I've got a fucking escape room savant gimmick TV show to pitch based entirely around you. One bless us, and the four equally tug at the seams, friend. In retrospect, it feels obviously like one bedpost is not like the other. Like it just doesn't belong? Yup, a bedpost. Surely we could use it as a lever. When it comes to writing, game design, and storytelling, we all have our favorite haunts. Think of your favorite word to string together, a sentence, or a keyword from your favorite turn of phrase, and F3 it in anything longer than a page you've written. You may be surprised how many times, as it would happen, shows up. The spook haunting this game design crew was clearly the lever. It allows a physically weak, meek halfling protagonist, board-ripping beast mode sequence notwithstanding, to punch above their weight level. Or, more accurately, to push. And you can always get them lodged in or have them break apart, or maybe get turned into a fucking key later, necessitating a new one. The issue is that you've never ripped apart furniture before. Note I praised the meat but spurned the post. With great reason. The former you're pointed towards interacting with is unique to the environment and has a logical implicit interaction. If they had the time and resources, it feels like making this another interaction generated item, like you push a tossed bed frame blocking the doorway and the lever cracks off conspicuously to the rest on its own. You'd get a lot more mileage out of it. As is, yeah, okay, whatever, lever obtained. This was probably the final push into full texture and shelf-grabbing paranoia. The rules were broken. The standard shelves and chairs that never mattered, so I'd grown to overlook. How could I be sure they hadn't similarly hidden a lever whatever in plain sight? I was interacting everything constantly. In fact, I think I didn't even pick it up deliberately my first time. I was just poking around the bed, and then went from huh to yay to time to interact with everything. It says a lot that even this small space without any trick walls or puzzle keyholes won't give up its secrets so easily, though. It's not altogether a bad thing. Shadowgate is a world with a mundane sort of magic to it, and even though you're hearing me kvetch about it now, it's a little piece of game design magic that I got so married to the ambiance as to quarrel with it.
Well, well. What do we have here? An old man full of lore who studied this place and seems to be awaiting something? I'm sure my past self won't waste hours hauling items to him and trying various equipment-wearing activations just to see what happens. Oddly, Rastolin gets a name, and it's a play on Rastolin. I'm not sure how long ago the whatever war Rastolin died around the time of was, but I give props for the similarity subtly tying them together as old names. One lived in the past, one's living for the past. One was wealthy in cash, but poor in real friends, and the other is wealthy in knowledge and probably won't care when no one visits his grave with flowers. Strikes me as the type to be more concerned with going out in a way that leaves an intriguing environmental storytelling skeleton. Yeah, this guy's nice and all, and he's got a pretty picture taped upstairs, but if you thought scholars of arcane lore and books were going to get us progress in Trials of the Four Towers, a game set in a fallen magic academy where we must complete the trials none before us have so attained, some unknown ethereal achievement at the end of it all, and bear the ring of the kingdom that makes us a full sorcerer of Cal Torlin, then buddy, you didn't notice something. You see outside, there's a pit, and digging happily away inside that pit, there's a pervert in the pit. But not just any old pit pervert friend, no. He's... the kind of guy you ban from school zones on principle, and the judge backs you up. Pit Pervert is highly dedicated to his craft. You can show him various stuff, but his true love is coinage. You may have seen coins strewn around the outside zones, and thought you'd find what he was looking for there, but you'd be wrong. Pit Pervert, nee coin pervert, is mentioned as one of 2 treasure hunters by the Bandit guy you can chat up. I kept waiting for the other slipper to drop, hold that thought, but in retrospect, I guess he meant Rastolin and the Pit Pervert. In a sense, I get how they're both, through his lens, the same. Considering that the Bandit is primarily concerned with how one gets their loot, he probably sees 2 people digging through picked-over junk, hoping to strike lucky as much the same, whatever their reasons. I'll admit, though, I initially thought he meant Saul and whoever wound up replacing Lucas. Probably why it took so long for me to put 1 and 1 together. Anyway, the Bitcoin Pervert provides a personification of everyone digging through the refuse of prior ages, grander ages, to rip what they can from the muck. Half of town looks like it's been bombed, but it could have honestly just been the wear and tear from guys like these ripping up anything not nailed down. Alongside, Agaar getting a little jiggy with his orb on a couple of doors. But then, who among us hasn't tried our favorite item on every door in town, huh? We hawk him the ancient coin from the corner of that classroom, and bro goes bonkers. He happily snatches it from us and takes right off after a brief history lesson, or rather, brief monologue about how cool what he just got is. In game logic, we've just opened up the pit he was hoarding to get at its loot, which we'll get back to. But in world, we are the victim of a strongman robbery by a dirty pit-bound pervert in a bandit fortress. On paper, that's an almost comically grim rail to steam our heroic train of progress along. With the pit pervert exiting stage left, we come upon a little girl slipper. Exciting to us because we've found the other, or at the very least have seen it and been repelled by psychic force earlier. In the very room we got Granddaddy's ghost crypt key from. We full circled the plot lines that filled our sails. Out now into the town proper. And now it's time to close the knot and progress the story yet further to another big zone jump. And horde-worthily exciting to the pit pervert because, well,
Let's talk about the quest design, shall we? Honestly, despite lacking a quest log, the storylines and quest arcs nest very neatly here. You have some negative valence and overlap, but it's minimal. You can kind of forget about any job you're not busying yourself with at the time, as you'll eventually come back around to trying it for want of anything else to do. You better believe I flashed Pit Pervert an endless stream of objects before grabbing the ancient coin on Double Back 200 through the first tower. In a sense, you wouldn't even call these quests. I'm really backfilling modern game design onto it. This is a series of solid if-then statements, akin to the very logic of the game itself, which its designers would have been neck-deep in for months, up until damn near ship time, as they double-checked progression in QA and fixed bugs. There is a singular quest, the story of Del Cottonwood overcoming the trial of the Four Towers and thwarting the evil wizard Belzar. There are just stuff that happened along the way, akin to Bilbo stopping over at Rivendell or getting trapped in the Swamp Elf dungeon. What we need to do now is clear to any dialogue enjoyer. Bring the slippers to the girl who haunts the moat-defended tower. She's the only little girl ghost in the whole game, and Grandpa Ghost is clearly looking for her. With both slippers paired up, we'll go pay her a visit. There is a happy reunion and a lovely model of the two together at last. Grandpa does us a solid and gives us the Stone of Thirst before fading into the happy fields of the afterlife with his little girl. Honestly, it's stuff like this that sells the game's world to me. You don't exorcise a demon or run off a vengeful spirit. We help reunite a family, even in death, so both can move on. Getting handed a magic item and told it needs magic words is an important moment. Don't be like me and ignore that part. This stone ain't doing shit without those words. And it also ain't doing shit at the big moat area where you just solved this problem and would think to go next. You have all but certainly already poked your head into another watery zone, though, as there's not many of them in the game, and it's accessible from the moment Grandpa first gave us the key. The needlessly complicated and unnecessary waterworks! Look, changing the Z level of water height dynamically is a cool feature whenever someone figures it out in an engine. Can't blame the programmers for finding a fun way to show it off. The water recedes, and you take one of 2 ladders from the available 3. Why does the third go deeper? Why is this place floor-to-ceiling stuccoed in high-quality pool lining? All I know is I kept popping into the damn pit, thinking I'd missed something. Maybe in an older version you had to lower the water level again to get something down there and it got cut for time. Either way, ascend to the control chamber. I could keep cinema-sinsing this zone, but I won't. Instead, I'll point out that there's a jammed-shut door here. You can actually hazard a good guess as to where the pump house control room is supposed to be accessed from. Having a passage down into the chamber below itself makes sense from a maintenance perspective, and the ladders and pits dug out from our entrances are clearly some latter-day excavation by either archaeologists or, more likely, treasure hunters. First seeing these entrances and the chamber below were both pretty breathtaking. You could attain a distinct sense of scope, scale, and history from the whole place. It feels very lived in, and you get the sense of whoa ho ho ho. Ah, the pit zones. Yeah, this place was awe-inspiring the first few times, but eventually you find yourself mostly pissed off about the falling hazard. Definitely a place that could have been improved by higher OSHA standards. So we go back down in there, and with a very thirsty stone, and the words to use it, boom, we're in. A scamper down, and a scamper up, and a scamper all around, and we find ourselves in a room with some valves. Another nothing visit from Lakmir and a valve puzzle. Oh, the valve puzzle. How I scrutinized every conceivable angle and drove myself with the valve puzzle before eventually brute forcing it. That, or one of my delusions, was coincidentally right. The whole affair is a phase. Or a haze. I'd be on call talking to people about a game we just played, and be like, yeah, I totes agree, as I tried flicking different valve patterns, or using different items on the definitely not going to open door. I completely missed that there's a scrap of paper that just has the answers on it. Yeah, pretty straightforward. This game rewards reading, but getting that reward is pursuant to finding that reading material. It also has to be the weakest example of the lot. I've pored over the history of evolution in this world to put statuettes in the right order and get into a wizard dormitory. I've cross-referenced the notes of exasperated students in their textbooks to use a fairy flute at just the right point to pull some Gulliver's Traveler shenanigans. And I've learned a bit about who the man who lugged me to the dungeon like a sack of potatoes is as an emotive and artistic human being, and sold a huge life lesson-bearing load of treasure to restore him his prized violin, before locking him in his own dungeon. What, this? They were just kind of guessing, see? Like you will be. Use one of these, they got it right. I mean, fair enough on a meta level, this is the kind of stuff they're expecting players to write. Definitely a game that assumes you're taking notes and remembering or writing down key bits of dialogue. I'm not sure what this part of the test is supposed to prove, or even that it is formally part of the trials. Is it just how long they'll take to figure out a puzzle not being offered any solution? Is there a lost part of the test? Are they sneaking in a water management plant credential to sweeten the certification deal on the whole University du Shadowgate value proposition here? Is there an accreditation issue? Honestly, maybe it wasn't part of the test at all. I'd say, but no. This is the students' notes. It seems very certain they were coming here while it was still a school in operation, and at the very least, that the door was still operable, seeing as the Thirsting Stone has been in Granddaddy Ghost's custody up till now. You may notice there's something missing about the valves, though, and that's this. Give me a lever and a place to stand, and I will move the earth. Give me a fulcrum, and I shall move the world. Archimedes. 85% of quotes on the internet are made up. Abraham Lincoln. The fucking lever puzzle. Me. We're only at that easy, though. This lever just allows you to trigger your attempt. Yes, I did in fact try to get the right combination without it in, and assume stuff would work out on its own initially. Remember how easy it was to tell that the bedpost was an item? I tried everything. And believe you may, that included the bone to get this puppy rolling. It's one puzzle, but it can be a big stumper. There is an appropriately sized reward, however, a sick cutscene of the water draining. Look at that little whirlpool go. I bet someone was very proud of that asset and animation. Bravo, team. Bravo. We find ourselves stood before a basement-level exterior entrance to the third of our 4 trial towers. Entering in, we get a visit from Lakmir, and a view of the stately area. This is a very grand structure. It was clearly intended to be an ornate welcoming to hopeful pupils who've done their time in the Disciples' Tower. With all this effort going in, it's pretty sad this place apparently never produced a pupil who could earn the title of Sorcerer and Ring of the Kingdom. Almost makes you wonder what was going wrong. Yeah, that's a bit of a nagging thread that does actually get answered here. The mileage may vary with it in terms of how far it gets you in believability or verisimilitude, but everyone who studied here wasn't just below the par to hack it. We took a look around and get some books. Nice place, clearly some classrooms, clearly an office, and oh. What do you know? A ghost! Reading up on the Dreslin family and people's experiences with the trials lets you suspect much of what he shares here. This rotten bastard cooked the tests by forcing you to answer history questions wrong. If you don't misremember the past in the way he would prefer and show deference to the worthiness of his line over that of Lord Jair, there's just no way to progress deeper. Everyone hasn't been failing the trials because they weren't good enough. Their jackass schoolteacher who, I hate to point out, could have just taught them wrong on purpose so they at least fucking pass, fucked them. They got all psyched to come do magic, worked their way through the Disciples' Tower fiddling with magic items, and look what happens. You descend through the moat outside and get into one final classroom just to get screwed on the modern history portion. I'd also point out, students record feeling a malevolent presence in part of the tower. I suspect the dude may have been messing with tests long after he departed. I can't help but feel someone on the development team might have had a personal story related to this. Maybe the teacher really learned a certain way with grading. But either way, the writing here is simple good, good simple. It feels like someone sat down to do D&D world building who has a very surface level knowledge of history and royalty, and they try to think of what sorts of conflicts arise in a monarchy. They don't even really need history as a guide here. You'll figure out what a succession crisis is from first principles with enough brow furrow. You've only got so much space, though, and the game is counting on selling you on its world and the grim past throughout. The players need to be able to get the picture in a few lines. It needs to be simple enough short writings, and snappy dialogue can both point big red arrows at the same conclusion. The trials are cooked. Dreslin cooked them. Go in thinking you need to be accurate, and you're just another ingredient. Ride. Go in simping for House Dreslin and you'll get by. They're about to gate us on understanding this before taking it up a notch, but you could conceivably brute force it. Let's get into that. We've got a little set of puzzle pieces here that look quite familiar. You've seen this dragon shield and sword crest before. You've even got an item that looks similar, so you can just recreate the pattern and no dice. Huh. Now you could flail around here, get something that works, and proceed without really understanding what's amiss. Enough of the game is just enough off-kilter, it'd be pretty normal for someone this deep in to miss. But with the tight proximity of the clues, it's not too hard to figure out that House Dreslin has a lightly modified version of the royal crest. As they're a cadet branch that split off some time ago from the royal family proper, this makes a lot of sense. So we swap the royal crest for the Dreslin crest, and boom, door opens, you're in. I'd like to linger here for a moment. To be so deep into the game and get introduced to absolutely novel gameplay was an absolutely joyful moment to me. It may seem like a pitifully simple interface and task to you, and we're mostly just choosing between two options and advancing linearly, but it's all incredibly solid. You get a clean shot of the crest, you get a fun little UI box, and you snap in each piece with satisfying commitment to the tactile nature of the world. This easily could have been left to an inventory puzzle and a wall slot that would have been way harder to read and a lot more of an annoyance than a fun evolution of gameplay like this. And now here's the real walloper. I hope you took your Dreslin Think capsule this morning and recited the 5 minutes of anti-GR hate, because we got a second pedant quiz, and this one is not fucking around. We've got a talking fucking wall here. Talk about paranoia deepening. I was hunting for clues and activations and textures even harder on the final stretch due to this. But here it's ultra obvious. You just walk up and it forces the interaction on you. The second verse is much like the first. Like last time, you're given 2 options per question and draws from a wider list than we actually have to answer from. You walk forward to hit the next rung of quiz question, so it's a bit different. Layering in 2 of the more unique aspects of gameplay, one after the other, wowing with a totally unique aspect was certainly a choice, and not a bad one. Yeah, so was this intentional? Did the evil spirit do this? Or did Lakmir design a dungeon where those who took the wide path on the history portion got flattened into narrow pupil-shaped pancakes? This feels kind of evil, but when you see what awaits beyond, you will understand it's but the first sip of a brutal brew, and honestly isn't out of place with the rest of the tower at all. I suppose they only sent people who were very, very ready in, but with a clearance rate of 0%, one should hope that the designer would feel at least slightly called to introspection. Pass the quiz. Thus successful, we're teleported up and bam, here we go.
Spinning blades and backwards controls, baby. You may recall from earlier the itchy ring, too, swaps our controls. So sliding that on gives us normal movement as we run through. I actually thought getting drunk did, too, but that actually just seems to set your camera to sliding around like a drunken sailor. This is a much more fun problem to solve and a trickier turnabout than the last time we saw these delightfully knightly pedestals. You need to avoid getting hacked to death by the blades or, well... But it's not too bad. You stomach the inverted controls or remember the blue ring's usage and make your way out. The only real decision to be made on knights, other than reaching them, is when there's one right in front of you and another past tracks. Not a reverse psychology trip. This is the true narrow, wide path moment, and you've got to inch along just where Lakmir would want you in order to progress, else get cycled back by the teleport instead. If you think this is a wild gauntlet, prepare yourself for something far, far more punishing. We enter the next zone, which allows the benefit of nothing but your own wits. Read, we're still inverting your controls, but this time the ring won't work. There's a candle and a holder, a doorway and a big old statue. Cryptic warnings about not relying on might or magic here indicate you should probably be going it your own, rather than looking to the big statue for help though. You light up the candle and wow, on-screen UI element for an inventory item? How droll. How unique. How are they doing a time limit now? Are you kidding me? Yeah, you have until this John melts to do a time limit controller inverted maze. Now this is pod racing. Honestly, as stressful as it was, this was a great bit of gameplay. I'm usually against timers, but it helps make the zone more than just trial and error while allowing you to also be gaining valuable foreknowledge during any given run. I completed it on my second go despite the incredibly tight clench and discovering a very pivotal area with just a nub of candle left. We need to use wall buttons that toggle the state of visually telegraphed sliding stone doors around the maze in order to progress. We have nice use of preview windows and traditional maze design, layered in with little passageway that only lets you advance if you hew right while going through in either direction, bringing back the non-Euclidean maze design thoughts in a pleasant PTSD-adjacent haze for me. I got to feel clever as fuck for overcoming it, and this took far less time with far more rewarding gameplay. It feels appropriately climactic, and the time limit was probably the only way to meaningfully do so without peppering it with bullshit deaths, a quota which they've pretty much run up using the below floor anyway. Somehow the logic just clicked. I racked my brain over for concepts and ideas and what Lakmir would be trying to communicate architecturally, and the right-hand path being traditional good, unlike the left, just made sense. Sorry, Southpaws. As we make it through this gauntlet, we arrive at a strange new room. What to do with the windows? I definitely got caught up in using items and checking stuff over. Shadowgate is a crazy addition, and a singularly interesting moment in the game's otherwise fairly benign progression of the character. Like you face your shadow in fighting games through fighting, you face your shadow in this action-adventure game through an act of daring puzzle do, choosing the right-hand path, backwards. The cryptic clues are enough to leave you puzzled, but the solution is so simple as to be a joy once discovered. I like that here, towards the end, we start to get a lot more varied gameplay. Maybe it was always called for, perhaps they put more emphasis here and got to finish sooner. Perchance they had grown more confident in N64 gameplay and UI implementation by this point. Hence why we get an on-screen abstracted timer item right after a fancy GUI puzzle, 2 floors below. Whatever the case may be, the game seriously hits the gas and doesn't let up for this tower. The highs and lows, the downtimes and confusions, the stymieing of tactics you've just uncovered, the candle race met by a pensive question of the mirrors? Good stuff. Just all around good stuff. The game wouldn't have been fun if every tower was like this,
although it would have been over way sooner. Nor do I think this tower could have come any earlier, though I wouldn't have complained at all if it came last. It's the real trial tower designed to be a gauntlet, and that's exactly what it feels like. Everything else has evolved into a trial by happenstance, really. But that's just how this place was built from the outset. This is the bandit I've cut away to a few times. You have a binary linear flip through conversation with him that covers a variety of topics. He's a dual-purpose world-building and area clue exposition dumper. I was a little frightened to chat with him at first, what with the jailer having just thrown me in the dungeon and all. But if you'll recall, Belzar just rolled in and took control right before we had the ghost ring, and thus means to leave the cathedral area for the town at large and meet him. He clears up the fact that the bandits already here don't actually work for Belzar, and gives you direction on a lot of odd details that frequently don't seem obvious. Like, why are we mentioning the stable fire and fermented feed? Wouldn't that make it burn easier? Yeah. Huh. Lots of his hints are already used by now, but since he's totally superfluous if you know what you're doing, I didn't hit him up till now. In a normal playthrough, I suspect if you're not avoiding him assuming he's a bandit sentry, you'll chat him up before heading to the jailhouse. He's just out in the open, and NPCs to converse with are rare. In fact, he's conceivably the first living character you've met that isn't a rat or bat since the first rule of the game. So befitting his outlier role in this video, we give him this last. Shine on, you crazy blood diamond. Despite the fact you killed the people who were functionally my entire world earlier today, I wish you all the best. Now it's time for one of our last circle closers. Eagle-eyed essay enjoyers may have noted we could not enter the only ground floor room in the Tower of Trials unrelated to ascending or descending. It also had a strange description, that a certain force prevented us from using it. Not barred, not a key, clearly something supernatural is going on. The Ring of the Kingdom marks a true sorcerer. Perhaps this door was here holding all unworthy at bay as a motivator. Maybe one day any given disciple of this tower could return with their duly earned Ring of the Kingdom to open the door and stunt on freshmen. Hey, at least they didn't make you catalog order your class ring like some establishments. This ice is as unattainable as it is complimentary. We haven't taken a lot of time out for buildings we're not yet acquiring loot from or putting to rest ghosts in, but you'll naturally pass by this structure a lot, making the swiftest jaunt on the loop between the jailhouse district and the pits. We've heard about fermented feed and the signage already, so we go in and behold both. Say, this stuff does seem pretty flammable. What if I just...
This lovely lad keeps the horses, except they all got out when Balazar took the place, and they're not letting him through the main gate to go investigate. So he's stuck nervously mucking stalls and shoveling hay, worrying over his as-seen-on-TV stallions. No points for guessing we will not be seeing any horse models in this game. Poor guy. You're probably wondering how I wound up here. Well, after saving a wizard from jail, he let me loot his house and get my hands on fire starting equipment. So really, this was both all on him and only a matter of time. Yeah, I found this interaction, and very fucking funny death sequence, way before I was ready to, and to be fair, it's damn near the last puzzle in the game. I like that they point you at it and give you the tool yet stymie you, as if to say, not yet. Because to be fair, what reason could you possibly have to do this? And I don't mean the literal here, but the metaphorical you, as in a proper and conscientious pilot of Del Cottonwood, who's role-playing a thoroughly narrow-pathed-out, heroic halfling who only steals, in a plot-approved way, from the dead and thieves. Such a perfect avatar ought not and does not exist. If we can imagine them as the ideal to which the developer and gamer alike turn their minds when postulating puzzle progressions to keep the game cohesive and make their next guess at what to do logical within the world. I never had a good reason to think now was the time to burn the barn, or I'd found some means to overcome the stablekeeper. I think that's part of the problem with this bit. You might convince yourself that, like the Jailkeeper, one of the most analogous NPCs in scenarios, as a guy who murders you for messing around in his job site, it's just a matter of neutralizing this bastard and then you're good to go. Instead, we just wait for him to leave on his own and have a plot reason to set the barn alight. Alas, sweet stable, I hardly knew ye. We stand now before the Dragon Tower in all its grandeur. We've been able to pop over here, reading the engravings, and marvel at the doorway since we popped out from the cathedral courtyard. One could have been forgiven for guessing this was the penultimate tower, considering you won't be getting in until you've completed the eponymous trial proper. But no, only with the dragon horn in hand can you enter. Scritchy scratch with the talon from Agaar's house be damned. And so here it is, folks, the last of the four towers. We're in. Now, you are about to see a very brief sequence of events, but near their culmination you'll see what broke me. We're about to get to what I was forced after months to break down and open up a guide to get past. I forsook all bragging rights and digested my very pride to top this tower. And it hurts because I pretty much got it right, but the mechanics were characteristically unclear as an issue that is usually pretty backgroundy came to the fore. We have another stunning tile set, we'll go over more later, and a huge abyss with a locked cutscene to let us see Del's fear of. You can easily fall and die here, as this place is an affront to the one sense of sacred OSHA principles, whereby chaos cannot dominate 100%, but that's precisely what reigns here at Rail-Free McGee's Flying Halfling Circus. We find a pretty clean set of images we're forced to face head-on, and then note the absence of a specially colored version at the end, where we're clearly barred from progressing. It's a heavy telegraph, and after a wee sport about in the inventory, even someone who hasn't picked up the game in months will probably note a matched color item called the Dragon's Talon. Of course, if they missed it on the shelf all those months ago, it's time for a nice round of Scour the Game World because everything is unlocked at this point. The game's tighter design principles can shine through even as they break down here. In the initial jail cell, you have a platonic ideal. Head and inventory empty. Pertinent words scorching the screen at you. A small set of interactables in an ultra-confined space where you could plausibly spam every square foot for interactables in like a minute at most. Imagine if you got caught and put in there now instead. Imagine that prompt about leverage. Which of your many items would even be right for that? Forget my usuals. What about the broken sword or broken lance, perchance? As tight and easy as this puzzle is in the abstract, the reality is this piece was an easily missed bit of clutter in a room already stuffed with books to read and items to go rub places you shouldn't. We slot the talon and then do what no actual player does here, but rhymes with JRPG dungeon best practices. turn around to go check the other way first. Oh shoot, some items. Yeah, I'll grab that, peep the statue, and head out. Note the ultra-ornate wall engravings. You could almost start to see an interactive surface or place to put an item now, couldn't you? Turn back, friend. Turn back before the demons take you. Of particular note is this weird eye. It's clearly in a very special place, seemingly designed to house this central spur. It's part of a very important staff from the lore, but more pressingly featured on the game's very cartridge itself. You could look at the CRT, look over at the N64, and look back in awe as you realize what you've just gotten. For all its story significance and that clever visual flourish, though, it lacks much gravitas in how it's presented in-game. This whole suspended cage in Infinite Abyss supervillain prison-ass area needs to ride on the visuals and audio, and it almost does, if not for the fact that this stuff here is really just sort of, oh, I need another bench? It's like Thanos had one of those desk chair combos from school he left the Infinity Stones out on. Sauron leaving the One Ring on his lazy boy armrest. George Washington leaving his dentures' teeth in the mouths they grew in. It's just now how it happened. Not how it happened, even, and it damages verisimilitude to show it that way. Now, a long time ago in a Lakmir tower far away, we went over what appeared to be some secretarial offices. One involved a bit of an item manifest for use in a potion, but we found giant's hair there. It's another bit of fantasy story myth-making on a budget. Do we see giants learn their lore in Shadowgate 64? No, but we've got their nose hair right here. Go string a loot with it. It's pleasant in this twee fantasy way that juxtaposes the darker elements without giving the sensation the developers really wish they were making the giant game, where you can actually meet them, engage with their society, and Dell got skipped across a pond like a little pebble to solve a puzzle. The ghost plays the tune. Now, I've recorded this tune before. In many ways and for many ears. I've consulted classically trained music educators on this tune. I've divined every single conceivable way to input this tune that I or two separate music teachers felt it could or would be inserted. And you know what? We were wrong. We were all of us fucking wrong. Why? Because the game, as it didn't with the valves or other similar tests, does not let you know when you've over-inserted. You don't know how many inputs it's supposed to take, so you don't know how much of the song it wants. In fact, if you listen closely, you clip the start of the fucking song. This is ridiculous, and I refuse to believe the people responsible for lovingly making the music and the sound for this game, who integrate it so cleanly and clearly up to now, are responsible. This reeks of a single measure and a quick cut. It's the very last tower and uniquely got a shout out by an ICOM dev at an interview leading up to the release. It was clear that they thought it was going to be a stumper, but also really cool. I can't help but wonder if this was called for just so in the outline. But by the time TNS got here, it was either butchered or crammed in where it didn't belong due to some sense that adhering to the script at the 11th hour was going to keep the product authentic or something. I can only evaluate the game as it exists, and as is, this is a killer puzzle. A run killer puzzle. You have never used the skill before, and even if you are very good at brute forcing puzzles, 2 inputs across 4 dual levers with no clear number of inputs to be given, and evidence to the contrary supplied by the hint giver in the past room, try to actually play it out fully, and you do too many fucking inputs, and no clear understanding that there are no repeats. This is a fucking mess. I went over endless theories, put the game away and came back to it time and again. Spent countless nights losing hairs and vitality to this. I asked my friend to look it up online and not tell me what the solution was, but to verify if there was any logic behind it. She said she found 3 guides. Of all 3, only one offered even a weak explanation behind it, and even then it was loose. Now this should be simple. Don't understand the music lovers in the main dragon bridge room, an incredible set piece that blew me away and has been utterly soured by the puzzle. Poke around in the bedroom office combo just outside, read about Denarth, the dragon tamer, and his sad story. tie in with earlier allusions to magic and dragon tamers, repair the loot, meet the ghost, bam, you get the answer. How delightful. But while it looked good on an outline and sounded exciting over email or in a demo version where you had a good idea of what was going on and potential guidance from the team to nudge you along, was absolutely rotten when it arrived. I suspect that many people never saw the ending of this game due to this, and refuse to believe I'm the only person who broke down over it. All I have to say is that to the true sojourners who found the path forward and led us in light through the mists of bad puzzle implementation, thank you. This really stung. I need you to understand there were no Shadowgate 64 video essays when I first went through looking for them, and that's what inspired me to do this. To make the jump from watcher to creator. I wanted to do the whole playthrough entirely without a guide. I wanted to know and feel the game for what it was, and meet it authentically on its own terms. And I did. I got so much more out of this game than you can following a guide. It isn't even comparable. My second playthrough felt like a movie reusing sets from a beloved video game, but not the game itself. So to have it all end here, I mean, it almost didn't do it. In the months that passed, when I'd sparsely go back to it after weeks of mining and failing, I came maddeningly close. I actually had the sequence one lever pull from correct before giving up on the only touch each once 4 total input schema guess. I know there has to be at least one large video review and one in-depth video essay on Shadowgate 64 since I saw this opening and was galvanized into the role of creator rather than consumer of video essays. I have deliberately kept myself ignorant of what they contain, though as you listen to this I shall shortly avail myself of them and their opinions. But I go so far as to postulate that anyone who does not cover the fact this puzzle is pure bullshit is either the music note puzzle messiah or has produced an incomplete analysis and critique of the game and its systems. So much goes wrong here, from so much that is right. This isn't the first time we've encountered this issue. The valves don't communicate how many inputs are correct either, and we're not sure if it will auto-trigger or, like those valves, require an activation. I try hitting the flute after every input set and no die. Yeah, that's the Staff of Ages, and it cannot be properly handled without the Ring of the Kingdom. You were supposed to get these rings for becoming a true sorcerer, so again, that locked magic items textbook is the gift that keeps on giving. The procedures surrounding the dragon have been clearly reiterated more recently, so for people taking a theoretically normal amount of time to get through this whole dungeon, you know what to expect. We're treated for the second time to a 2D cutout cutscene. It's quite gorgeous, and it seems we really fucked shit up in our brief flight. From now on, all those dwarf invaders are out to wring our scraggly little Fenland neck. It's time for everyone's favorite puzzle combo. I'll talk more about what I felt went wrong here and reasons for my own bias and bad experiences, but I am unshakable on the fact that this represents a run killer in a vast majority of cases that do not resort to cheating, and it's all down to implementation and slight variation on otherwise taut, in both senses, mechanical boundaries. Alright, rant postponed. Let's ascend these cool-ass dragon stairs and meet our golden friend above. Damn, okay. So if you read the book and check the final illustration, you get a pretty good idea that something like this has happened. If you have perhaps read less books or remembered them poorly more than half a real-life year later, then you die here. Demented feed plus flint equals fireball. Woohoo! Stabbing Mitch Forkerson fled from the blaze and no doubt PTSD-fueled haze seeking his beloved stallions. We burned down the horsey house. Don't worry, they really shouldn't come back if they're still alive anyway. I actually spent a lot of time trying to sneak past dwarves using the crouch feature before and after this. But it's clear to see, for you, we've got a short path to get in there and stop Balzar, guarded by one man. Now I'm sure many of you have already guessed who this is. I try every item on him, thinking I must need to distract or kill
or knock him out, or bribe him. I even try the item many of you are shouting at your screens about. But if you think back to its last use, it had to be worn, not given. And unlike magic ring or a gauntlet, it has no evident use while worn. I try everything in my inventory on him. I try most of the wearables. I try other places and sneaking past pit zone guards. And already tainted by its poison, I again weakly turn to the wide path that is game guides. And of fucking course it's him. Most of you can already tell me his name. It's Lucas! Wait, no, it's Saul! Human who's all blinged out and in service to the evil sorcerer Balzar. How many people in the plot fit that description? Who have we heard about more than any other living character besides Balzar? Of course it's him. You could have guessed this the moment he popped up on screen in the initial cutscene he's introduced in, then forgotten 6 months later. Yeah, that's right. The tragic tale of a man driven mad with greed and a twisted desire to do right by his mom. It's Saul. So memorable I mixed up his name with his pal Lucas, he killed after he blanched at the thought of selling the staff to his future boss man, the evil wizard Balzar. Even once I realized this though, it somehow didn't occur to me that rather than trying to hand him the necklace, I had to wear it and talk to him. Confronted with the reality of the evil he has begat, and that it was all for naught, that dual nature of good and evil in all people that Lakmir's told us about kicks in. He opens the door and tells us he'll hold off the rest of the evil army while we go in there and stop him. I'm not sure how he decided we're a better choice to defeat his master, but hey, why not? Del Cottonwood has come a very long way here. We're at the heart of Castle Shadowgate now, the chamber that locks away the warlock below. The antagonist lurks. The ultimate antagonist of, perhaps, the world and its living invitation for the one to bring down the apocalypse if they don't do it themselves, is downstairs and about to burst free. And we've got the box art item. This may seem a bit strange to you, but you see, as Balzar checks his side chamber, we can get up to the central staff and realize it's not a real, but rather imitation staff. Combining the imitation staff and the true eye sends it nuclear. I'll confess, I got the staff eye association, but less so why this would happen. I'm sure we combed over it earlier in the book though. Del hides as he hears Balzar return and, not having time to make it down the clear entryway, takes cover behind a pillar. A glorious sequence ensues. We hadn't seen one of these since the intro, and now we've got 2 in as many zones. But even as Balzar is cooked and the whole place blown wide open, evil emerges to loom large over the whole of Castle Shadowgate. We realize this is a gate that keeps in shadows.
Lakmir has used his awoken energy to shield us from the blast. He laments the warlock has risen, but says we must always keep hope. Frankly, this is Lakmir dialogue and logic out of a better written version of the game, and more on par with the quality and gravitas of his first appearance. I think cutting about half of his appearances could have made him a lot more lovable and memorable, honestly. Just kidding. We move about the warped cabin and then go through a fresh, blasted hole. There's a ruined bit of walkway and the passage to that statue Lakmir waxed so lyrically about. It's hard to know what to do here, but with the water dried out, you can actually get right up onto the statue. It has a meaningful description. With all other zones locked away, we might as well ponder its two open hands and... Zap! Yeah, I got myself killed right at the end despite having the guide. You need the Ring of the Kingdom worn to handle that staff, which you had to know or luck into to survive Awakening the Dragon. But you also need to be wearing, not just using, Jezebel's amulet to get past the doorman. This is a sneaky bit of Sierra-ass puzzle game design right here. You tell them the rules, you force them to do a switcheroo, and you let them eat the dirt when they fail to proceed according to those rules you've already taught them. Almost tight enough, I'm not even salty. Nonetheless, we actually win, and then I forget even Statue Lord Jair needs the ring to use the ultra-cool staff. With it on his finger, the Warlock Lord is toast. Cooked right through the brain cage with a good guy blast. Ha! It seems in a game that's half about appeasing dead spirits, one was lingering in the statue just long enough to be the ultimate protagonist one last time. That's okay for Dell, though. We know that it was our stumpy little fellow who delivered victory today, and he can ride off into the sunset on the last dragon to new, never-to-be-published adventures as the credits roll. I'd like to stop and take a moment to say that every person on this credit roll did an amazing job. This game got critically panned upon release, and I think it was totally unfair for reasons we'll get into. Well, there we have it, folks. Thanks for going through all that with more, or alternatively, hello to those who skipped over. With the game full well played, let's have a conversation about the music and sound design. It's excellent. We get fun moments. It allows Dell to emote, along with captured camera moments to give us sensations of fright for a character whose head we're trapped in so we cannot read his face. It guides the story with rises and falls, horrid tortures, rising apparitions, crescendoing fates. We're going to do a full track review, so buckle up. Prologue. This track plays as the shadow of the Warlock looms large on our screen. Evil, foreboding, bespeaking evil. We learn how the world grew unwary, and what was grand has slid into decline as fell powers grow. Classic, on theme, strongly in line with the genre. Lockstep unity of purpose and design. The airy instrumentation almost feels like it's creeping up on you. The digital choral ahs feel as if they lament the torturous possibility ahead and cry out for help before the piano noodling pulls them down, down, infinitely down. Title. A mix of apprehensive action and anxiety sampled from the main stylings of larger tracks. Simple, short, good to get people's mindset in the proper place on a first playthrough, where they'll spend most time on such a screen. Short to the point, job done splendidly. This track is utterly married to the scene it so lovingly supports, so let's take it from the top. Light, airy, pensive. Dell is a halfling riding a caravan down a road that straddles the world as he knows it. This isn't Oregon Trail, this is fantasy highway rolling. His compatriots tend the animals and hug the goods. He rides in the back looking out into the middle distance. It couples so well.
The music of normalcy slows, comes to an end. Symbol, oh fuck, it's attack time. Now the timing isn't exactly what I picture was intended, but we note that Dell does look face on and necessarily see the attack coming. We're following his emotional journey as he realizes what's about to happen. We have a cut down from the audio of the attack itself to take center stage, the whiffing of flaming arrow shafts. Grim notes, death, flame. A punctuated guttural sound as we flash from the smoldering caravan to people walking into the mists and towards a dark edifice in the distance. The forlorn, bandit-riddled Castle Shadowgate. The music dances in and out with the sound here. We let the wind whip after the devastating blow. Everything has room to breathe. There's just the wryest hint of the theme as we're hit with the title drop. My only note is that early pairing could have been done better, but hey, based on those sparsity, I'd wager those cutscenes were hard to make and everyone had their own timetables to work with. Probably a note for the production team more than art or sound, honestly. Wow, are we upbeat? Despite everything that's happened and the horrid world around us, we're marching on. And that's precisely what we get here, marching. Some area themes could grate after a long time, but I never found the sewer song getting old. That trill speaks to both urgency and danger, yet somehow both dynamism and excitement. I can picture Dell sneaking past guards, looking out through a window when I focus in on it alone. This music has me picturing all new adventures for our protagonist. The city beats keep us going, and the rising notes build alongside it, all in a confident progression. We have darker notes and suggestions, but hey, just because we escaped the cell doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. The track builds to a string piano-y interlude. Sorry, I'm not sure the words for all this stuff, but then we get to a wild progression. It's like every time I think we're hitting a plateau of how fast and hard we're going, we get crescendo again, then drop off. Symbols, a new type of growth, lurking about. A chase? Or revelation? A ghost? The air is full of excitement as I listen to this. It sets back into its prior wave of building excitement, this time plus symbol. A serious pounding set of notes between lurching background terror, intrigue, suspicion, and more grow here. It's an incredibly fertile field that proceeds into airy excitement. After a bit of going hard, it resets to a more strident, windy tune that feels hopeful and almost rejuvenating. If we consider what the area is on paper, inhabited by ghosts, we are here to help and a portal into the magical tower above. This makes a lot of sense. As the first area of choice, in a sense, where you elevate yourself to after dropping into the escape chamber that is the sewer, we keep the emotions juxtaposed in the track, but we seesaw towards the dark. Despite the fact that we are literally ascending, in a way our journey has only just begun. Solid track sets up where we're going, although the fact that the area is fairly small and the ascent isn't blocked at all means it winds up criminally underplayed most of the time. Now this is a happy tune. We could be out on a jovial walk or panning over a woodland vista full of cuddly bunnies and happy farm animals. Good song, and always with a reliable bass line, yet high-striving notes. There's a bit of curiosity to it, near mystery but not quite breaching anything I'd call intrigue. For a tower of magical luring full of hopeful pupils, it's absolutely, firmly on target. Challenge, yet excitement. Danger, yet certitude. A well-combined set of tracks interlacing to give interest and command attention. This is a notable musical shift anywhere in the game, as well it should be, for it heralds the eponymous wizard's presence in the plot. I hope you take a while to read his dialogue too, because we really have high peaks and low valleys full of adventure. This could be in an animated Lord of the Rings film and not feel out of place at all. There is a long drudging on and a fall off in the middle that almost feels like it tells Lakmir's story. His fading into hibernation, his long sleep before Dell arrives, the lore he holds, the battles he's faced, his triumphs alongside Lord Jair.
his hopes for another hero of the narrow path. Indeed, his oft-repeated analogy of the narrow and wide paths seems reflected here. The music itself widens and narrows, as if two outcomes held in the balance, light and dark side to either side of a battlefield, and tipping the scales but never quite meeting to cross swords themselves, their emissaries deep in the muck below, face to face. Freedom and solemnity were outside for the first time in the game, but also surrounded by death. There's a seriousness to the music, and we don't get the full instrumentation for a moment as we settle in on the gravity of where we are and of our situation. Just because we're celebrating our brilliant escape doesn't mean we're not left with all sorts of other strange, racking questions. Where am I? Where do I go from here? At such disturbance, will the very dead wake? There is light and hope, but fear and anxiety runs through it all. More cymbal riser transitions, and eventually a curious tone of electronic piano over it all. The chimes breaking in to set this new speed are so delectable, it makes me sad to have largely missed them on my trips there during the second playthrough. There is a high-mindedness to it all. It acknowledges you as one who has overcome the Disciples' Tower and is now seeking adventure in earnest, but so too the grave warnings and the grave plots that lie all around and ahead of you. It takes its place in the story and world seriously and delivers on all fronts. Cathedral. This track more than any I feel I'd recognize anywhere. It's Shadowgate. The procession's solemnity, yet light heart at core drives us on with a religious conviction and a bit of poise and gravitas lacking anywhere else in this bandit-ridden fallen fortress. When the track swoops and scoops down, I always notice it all the more, and the rise after. What a call to adventure! It is in its own somber way. How fraught the progression feels. How the choral voice and chime could almost be a voice from above or below. Perhaps all four orders singing together, yet risking to break out of tune beneath the watchful eye of one. Now then, we've made it across the perilous route and found our way to the man, the myth, the legend, Lakmir's own abode. There is a creep to this track that is all the more felt than its peers. All the tracks are designed to be a long-term, loopable, with distinct identifiable portions, yet cleanly linking endings and beginnings. The transition to distant, long-held notes always stands out for me, right before the snap to a more electronic style. I used to think these two were honestly different tracks, just interlinked, and in a way they are, much as the grand ballroom is linked to the kitchen and the lower chambers. Much as Lakmir masters both magic and technology, and both are contained within his tower's track contains a traditional flirting of the winds with a serious electric da-dudding. There is even a cascading strike that is reminiscent of pistons firing, even as the flute takes me on a journey through the skies so high I can glimpse the very stars. All very prescient considering what lies ahead in this tower. This track is labeled Temptation and Lakmir's Tower Upper Ground, variably, between soundtrack listings. So I'm going with Temptation. It plays in Lakmir's Tower basement, so anything but upper ground is correct, dare I say. Now, onto the track. Gas. Heavy hits, serious progressions, a sense of something foul afoot, something grand. Then airy invocations of the beyond. They come and go in these buildings, waves alongside the menace of the piano, and intrusion of a dark, punctuating horn. It's something beyond, something that wants to get in. Will you help it? I can see why this track is Temptation. Perhaps the secrets of death magic lay down here. Perhaps you'll see what Lakmir's Star Pupil Belzar did and turn coat. This is a very inspiring track for the area. I cannot say I loved the gameplay it was paired with, but it was not a grating track to have as your soundtrack, with one exception. The down notes, followed by the pause, did sometimes hit my brain pan a little aggressively while I was struggling with the maze. But then everything about that maze drove me mad, so grain of salt, that detail. It's what it needs to be, heavy and dark with rich possibilities, interlaced artfully. Now, here we are, entering the village, the ruined castle town with all its foibles. Gruff people, sad faces, lost places, and a once grand and noble place faded. Yet not entirely without the human spirit's charm, I'd note. I relished my walks between areas and dives into the weeds, looking for whatever might be found there, because I got to pair it with this fine wine of a track. We feel such a deep progression that builds from wistful ennui to steady resolve throughout. As we are dragged in many directions in the area, so too does the drag spike out with a beat of the drum or clash of the cymbal, yet it remains reliable and cuts straight through. We get really out there with some ghostly notes that speak to the death the town has faced. This bit did have a tendency to make me pull out during play, but only because it's arresting compared to the rest of the track. Yet it adds that texture that keeps its individual parts meaty and unique. The energy of the prologue and opener are here, and of course that makes sense. This may as well be the Thieves' theme. The jailer embodies the whole of the hostile bandit faction that rips us from our normalcy and plunges us into chaos and death. From the outset, we are set against them, and as the jailer chases us, so too does this song pursue the listener. The speed and angle of attack on how steep the note changes really struck me. We have moments where the music almost revs up with an electric stringy slide. It's like the track kicks into a new gear. After the first rev, we go into this whole new underworld of the song with a lower register and new instruments. And it comes back. It always comes back. It's a very classical piece. You'd put thieves twirling around to this on an opera, set as they creep up to abscond with some terribly cursed ancestral gem, or abscond with the heroine's dowry, or deprive a rightful heir their just due. We have a very heavy connotation to it all that works to convey the gravity of the situation. A serious track, it combines a marching atmosphere with a muted version of the academic curiosity from the Disciples' Tower. We have gotten far more grave here, and it's appropriately so, approaching the climax of the student's journey and Dell's as well. There are moments of respite, but they're shot through with notes of anxiety. You never really get to rest while you listen to this song. You're rushing around dodging blades or pondering a time limit candle under its barrage. When it strikes ethereal high notes amidst the onslaught of the other instruments, you barely consciously notice it, even as the suggestion of the otherworldly and strange burrows into your brain. As the moods change, we reflect on the many trials we face here. If we have time to stop and think rather than rush before our candle winks out, that is, this track has a building horror to it that well prepares us for the grim reflection we face at the tower's apex. Excitement, joy, victory, flight, all those rising notes are now gusts beneath our wings, and indeed, we already start out soaring. The dragon flight that is this very song could not be mistaken for anything but triumphant. This is the fantastical heart of this game's world, ascending beyond the grim circumstances to triumph. Here, at the apex to the narrow path, we go with absolute certitude. And we know with absolute certitude that whatever challenge we swoop down upon shall be nothing we cannot easily overcome. The unity of the instruments are akin to the unity of rider and ridden. Oh, and when the flute kicks in, what a treat. Horse, the enemy on the march, looking over your shoulder, not sure who's there. Why, a heady mixture of danger and excitement all sorts are found in Invasion. It has a swashbuckling aura that feels split with sequences of dashing through dark underdecks between hacking at pirates and swinging from ropes, perhaps with a rose in our teeth or a damsel in our arms. The heavy attack deeper in could almost crack our very skulls before the anxiety-driven airs pull us higher and higher, perhaps as the villain's eyes rest upon us and they raise their staff to slay us with some fell magics. Fittingly, we find more heroism, light at the end of the tunnel, and a soothing forbearance to victory as we move deeper into this track. But we never escape the foe, certainly not while Invasion is playing. I haven't felt compelled to title drop any other track like this as I review it, but my word if it isn't a fitting name. We start to hit notes that sound like they're out of Smash Bros. As we enter the final 25 seconds. With this track before we have a low riser and a twist round that rises to a clean loop with an expertly executed finish. This track was wild. I loved it at first, although I admit due to picking up the game after so much time and being stuck far longer than any developer could have reasonably imagined that I would be listening to it, it did eventually wear out. But that's because this high-octane track, experienced as intended, is not here for a long time, but rather a good time. Its aura is profound as the anxiety is manifested into dangerous reality, and the heroic tune over it all rides with us as we cannot believe our success at striking up the eponymous deed, and now we're free and running as the foe search high and low for us. You can almost see the Hanna-Barbera edit of Dell always being a doorway and a rampart faster, while the dwarves scour for him. The dragon burninates from above, and Belzar grows within a hair's breadth of his own foul objective. Don't worry though, we're on the way to beat him, adrenaline and heart pounding. A brilliant track which will rarely get to cast the full shine of its delightful star upon the common player's ear, because there's really just one puzzle left and it's fairly straightforward. I cannot help but think they set the length of this track before the final cut was made on how much gameplay the area would get, but it has me imagining its whole own expanded area, befitting the track's depth and grandiose, sinister swoops. The piano is so furtive, the hard strikes juxtaposed to the lighter noodling and swirling suggestion of congealing darkness. Danger strikes us. And there's a ghastly crying through the synth. It feels very much like the strings are the throat of the warlock himself, whose siren call of evil is breaking free and beginning to corrupt the world. We know how the one feels about that. Sadly pensive to pair with the apocalyptic atmosphere, with a strike and a rise for our hero entering the stage to seize victory from the jaws of defeat, with an epic orchestral rise to accompany our dragonborn deeds. Yes, there has been destruction and death. R.I.P. Mr. Innkeeper. I hope he hid in the tunnels or got out when the dragon fire started. There is a mournful quality to the choir that lifts us. The battle is won and it is time for rest now. A rest for the living and for the dead. A great evil has been slain and much has been sacrificed. Perhaps Dell ponders those he lost in the caravan as he rides off into the sunset. There's a bittersweet electricity that shoots through and charges the air of the whole track and grows more pronounced as we're deeper in. Yet so too is there a loving atmosphere projected by the brass. The certainty that a better day dawns in the dark fantasy atmosphere is shed by the heroic track that accompanies our well-earned victory. And as we dance high and low, there is a note for all our accomplishments, a melody to soothe all our woes. This is a perfect end cap to the absolute weight of this game. He treats it with severity and respect that it has well earned. You almost feel the love this game was made with pouring out through the speakers as it unfolds, like a banner of bitterly won triumph finally unfurled. It is a solemn mourning procession for the dead, and a heroic procession for Dell and his dragon companion.
Warriors
fierce fight in blood-drenched sand. Upon this hill they make their stand. Thunder rolls across the plain, the lingering cry of the forgotten slain. Moving through the night, a somber cry victory, a somber cry history. Mighty Lord Jair leading the way, turning the night into day. The staff of ages made by a sage, the warlock melts in his rage. Imprisoned in the light, a rousing cry victory, a rousing cry history. Well, now that I'm done embarrassing myself, a cry history, a cry victory. What energy we pack in. How we elevate the imagined singing voice of the down on his luck troubadour as he plays one of his greatest courtly hits in this bombed out wretched place for the only person who cares to bend an ear and listen to true art. How he injects all the noble airs and propriety of place he has welled up inside him. Painful nostalgic memories that are allowed to flow free as a river here. Absolute unity of experiences between story and sound, such that they become indistinguishable, each elevating the other. A true epic befitting our once and future king and hero, Lord Jair. There is such a lovable simplicity to this track. There are actually 3 versions, one unused. We have the Troubadour play it, and the Jailkeeper himself. After hearing it, I was so moved, I thought he might change his mind about trying to kill us, and instead give thanks for the return of his cherished instrument, through which he clearly pours out his soul. We can dream, huh? The track has an unused version as well, with a full arrangement. Perhaps once the Jailkeeper really did get his redemption and a happier ending, it would fit with how Dell usually improves the lives of the people he meets and helps them meet higher aspirations. And I must say, the way this version of the track rises as it progresses certainly feels like it's hinting at that. It's certainly a song to ride off and send it towards a changed life to. That's for certain. And so we shall. Are you ready to soar even harder and swifter through danger as you ascend to triumph? Because sadly you don't get to in the game, but hey, this unused track certainly has all the juice and more. I am unsure the title of this unused track, but it is definitely a soundtrack codification of the Dragon Keeper's song. Perhaps it once played alongside the Ghost, and they cleared out the other instruments to make the puzzle more doable as it was anyway. Not at all a bad ditty. Putting aside my experiences around the track, it feels punchy yet thoughtful in just the right ways. This concludes our track review, but I do have one last note to make. Seoi Kobayashi and Kenosuke Suemura are credited as the soundtrack composers, and as they were listed as general developers as well, I imagine they were on board for much of the sound design. I have to offer Seori, Kenosuke, and everyone else who worked on the amazing sounds of this game a heartfelt thank you. As a game developer, one of my greatest joys in life is to see people playing a game I've made and enjoying themselves. There's a beauty and joy in it unrivaled for me, and I cannot help but think these masters of sound have not heard how very much this soundtrack means to those who have enjoyed it alongside the game nearly enough. I feel everything you poured into the game, and I want to acknowledge and honor that effort as having been well worth your while. While I know this message may never reach you, like a lost note in Shadowgate Castle, I pass it to the wind to deliver between us hereafter, or be found by a young halfling looking for puzzle clues. We have a breathtaking array of visuals here. This game really pushed what the N64 could do in incredible ways and achieved atmospheric heights in the arena of dark yet crisp visuals that I do not think we see replicated again on a Nintendo platform until Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, on GameCube. I think we can divide the visuals by tile set, and that's primarily a per tower affair. We'll also cover the introductory dungeon and sewer zones, Cathedral area, the village, the water reservoir zone, the jailhouse, and the central chamber of holding. Let's get right into it after you meet our host. Hello everyone, and welcome to H. Lee TV, here for all your home and dungeon needs. Everyone needs a little dark and grimy aesthetic in your life, And here on HLE TV Network, your every fantasy needs are covered, so long as they're dark as the Warlock Lord's night is long. Okay, folks, let's get on to our first special stopover. The stones. Oh, the stones. Mixed, mashed, jammed up into place together. These textures really make you feel the depth through pixel work alone, considering where height mapping technology was at the time. It's like you're in a cairn, assembled like a jigsaw puzzle and mortared together with hate. You're in a real nasty place, and it's bleeding off the walls to show you that fact. The shadows are so dark, you may need to build a gate for them next. The wood is a deep brown verging on purple, with just enough veins of light to show you the organic sheen against the dull, matte metal bands breaking it up. This place is deathly, and even the liquid of organic life drank with a dulling pallor. Dank, even. We drop down and we find a world more ancient than cruel, more cracked by wear and weight than poor workmanship. These yellowed stones bespeak an ancient origin and different quarries, to say nothing of moisture levels. The water texture evades the many cartoony affectations of the era and shoots for a naturalist lo-fi style, which it hits on point. Quality coordination of texture work keeps the rim feeling grimy, weathered, and wet despite the lack of any modern tools to assist that impression whatsoever. We've got pixels, a vibe, and a deadline here at TNS. But boy oh boy do we know how to fucking ship. The iron bars are a marriage of gameplay utility and ambiance here, disguising the useful one you can pry out, leaving you feeling like a dark fantasy dentist prying at the mouth of some fetid swamp beast. The crate, traditionally overused asset in gaming, floats naturally in this ancient channel. A board rubs against the bar, and the glass bottle bombs. There's no physics. These are animation loops on cleverly placed objects we cannot see ourselves fail to act believably upon. And all that has been deliberately arranged by practiced hands who know what they're doing. The raised roof, yet confined, ends on this tubular initial chamber. Oh, and they're perfect. The caves make a beautiful transition to natural detail. The polygons can't do all the work, but the texture again flexes the game up its weight level, leaving the impression of naturally eroded ribs in the stone. Its sickly splashes of yellow and green evoke grime on a diseased set of gigantic lungs. The blue-green floor shows a solid distinction, guiding your feet and breaking the waterline, and there's a sensation you're within the very bones of the earth, and something's already feasted upon the marrow. With our cute mice scampering and cracked plaster walls banded by naked timbers, we feel like we've just ascended into the kind of tenement you'd see a fantasy retelling of the Raid in. Poverty washes off every dark, practically soiled crease of this place. They cleverly touch up the floor texture for use behind the ceiling's timbers, which they let shine a bit more red-brown to draw the eye and distract from the stone ceiling above. It's a clever detail I honestly didn't notice until just now, but shows that they've thought a lot about this. You're seeing the underside of floor pavers, because that's precisely what's on the ceiling above, held up by thick beams. A lantern hangs dead in the hallway. Everything is precisely what you'd expect, sized a bit larger because Dell is a halfling. You get used to the perspective, and it all just feels normal to you though. And I think the whole team was really brought aboard with what the camera height and feel would be like. Otherwise, the unity of division on display is a miracle. The unity of vision as well. The yellowed pavers could have almost been quarried of the sewer canal stone, just worked smoother in larger chunks. The palette remains organic, evocative of waste and bone. this place is still a corpse in the mud, for all its functionality and little touches of home. Looking at this, I can't help but feel that crawling up through the shitter was an appropriate visual euphemism for what the team intended to visually display here. Oh-ho! Now, here's where all the meat and potatoes went. Before we get into the stonework, let's check out the tight chandelier. Compare it to the dingy lantern from the ceiling down below. Alone, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. The hopeful students enter here. Those who help make the place run and all the interesting stuff it takes live below. We're stuck and struck by the uptick in adornments. The walls before weren't barren because TNS couldn't decorate them. They were sparse because that's what they would look like. Here we see an undoubtable flourish, a shorthand to say, yeah, we can deck out any place we want. Carved stones mix strong geometric shapes and lines of depth with smaller, intricate carvings reminiscent of ancient alien hieroglyphics, befitting this fantasy world's school of magic. We have a rich tapestry and carpets resplendent with golden detail on strong base red and blues. The imagery in the imagery draws upon hermetic alchemical symbols and fantasy-washed Christian iconography that hits the medieval ambiance aesthetic right on the nose. It all feels a bit faded, though. Like its grandeur is old, and its best days far behind it now. The darkness of the place is drawn to the textures proper, lighting engines being what they were, or rather, weren't back then. There are many fine detailed flourishes, like the dragon on the barred door's top half. The ascent chamber transitions to this interesting carved sandstone, however, and almost takes on an Egyptian vibe. You feel like you're about to enter a temple more than a school, but that just speaks to how important and significant the use of magic is in this world. The 4 schools are based upon the children of the One Divine, after all. You essentially get your magic from your choice of Jesus, I suppose. Above, we find tightly stuffed bookshelves with varied colors. The wood is plain but quality, and the stonework is packed and flipped and varied in size in ways that suggested complexity of construction. We get a much more unified visual style in the stonework as we ascend as well. The classrooms lay it most bare. The artists were told to make us a lot of stone slab architecture and diligently set to their task. Tink, tink, tink. Clearly. Most games would have called it quits with this set and color shifting the hues for other towers, but as you will see evinced throughout our guided close detail tour, Shadowgate 64 was not made in such blasé fashion. We're out in the soft, wet, mist-strewn dirt now, and so are the dead. The graveyard is our first shot into nature. We retain a subtle pink-green to the stone and a dash of a ruddy red character on the wooden stakes to complement the dirt path. The grass is rich and green, well fed, and the trees in the distance are, well, we're glad they're in the distance, let's say. I honestly forgot about these, but they're a nice detail to help emphasize the fact that this is actually slightly beyond the walls proper. Everything stands out just as much as it needs to, and no more. The walls feel rich, with that subtle mix of color sustained by the gray to white spectrum banded by thick black outlines. The castle wall is more orderly than its expansion, and more of it is standing too. More of the rich yellow stones, with a repeat image and a little bit of a tinge to show heavy weathering and depth without resorting to the full black, here reserved for the rimming shadows. The pedestals are rich in iconography and pixels. The crows are cute, the castle walls get more solid, and the 45-degree rotation relative to the doors on the sharpest cut rocks you'll see in this game give the pathways around the cathedral area exterior proper a sort of cutting diamond sharpness. Light purple-blue hues and the encroaching, hand-done texture blend of the green lawn give a sense of quality and being subtly overrun, as if though there's something more dignified about the way this place has aged. The dark chamber is richly contrasted with its brilliant stained glassworks above. The pew benches are smooth yet sparse, cushions robbed or never there in the first place. The one does strike me as a hard-ass deity who's hard on asses. We get the only visual depiction of the one I can 100% say is depicting the deity itself here, what appears to be a dark blue metal eagle shape. The stonework shows style and skillful cuts reminiscent of the best parts of the Disciples' Tower, as of course they spared no expense for the structure. More dignified than the lower reaches of the Disciples' Tower, but with an oddly off-colored green-blue floor. Maybe they cut down to aquamarine, or maybe a designer felt it was important to make clear you're transitioning to a different stone type, and other subterranean structures as you go below, and give basement vibes to an otherwise light-colored stone zone below another light-colored stone zone. Say that 5 times fast. All that light floods in. We've got tall walls to evade, depicting a skyline, and the stone feels very church-like, but a little discordant with what's below. It's how smooth it is, and where it has a blemish, it's pockmarks that feel distinct rather than a natural spread of erosion or grime. We get the lovely skylight in our midst, heavily telegraphed dark holes in the floor that are better outlined by the lighter environs generally, and pretty standard brown shingles that give a sensation of moving on a slated surface, despite that probably being too much of a hassle to actually implement. I promise this place is literally uneven in my mind, yet another testament to the quality of their texture work and what can be done with 2 dimensions and a dream. Aside from the grand dining chamber, we get a lot of aquamarines, blues, sensations of monumental architecture, and an overall question of whether or not bro's even on the same tech level as the rest of the world. Even his desks, with ornate, crisp metalworking and inlays, suggest a more sophisticated craft. Albeit they do stick out a bit, sore in front of walls that look like they belong in an alien temple. The color banding and light play are pronounced here. I don't have much more to say than I like it, but again, the green floors feel a little off, yet better matched to the blue walls than they were the yellow. The technology here always feels like it's been designed as some turn-of-the-century sketch out of the early 1800s looking forward to what the future might be like. This is a high compliment. Wish the story had done a bit more with it. Perhaps these assets got made because an earlier version and vision for the tower incorporated that more, and they got left in as it was more trouble to remove them. It stands out against the rest of the design, but in a sort of unified verisimilitude way. Look at that metal on that pipe. It looks like it's better made metal than the stuff banding the prison doors, but it doesn't look like it's from a whole nother world, nor a whole nother game. The shine of the metal walls is a nice juxtaposition to the dank stones we're used to everywhere else. It gives this place a really unique vibe and stands out. Again, feels like we stand in a room at the cusp of a revelation that mirrors a world on the cusp of same. Maybe Lakmir will decide Caltwerlin's ready for the steam engine once he's fully reborn, and Dell can go have his own little metal age. Fading plaster, rickety timbers, tight streets, fun variance in architectural shape, tightly packed interior, a bombed out looking upper floor. Yeah, excellent. Exactly what I expect this town to be like. Visually well realized with a mix of woods and plasters, all backgrounded by stone. Ruined, warped by magics, burned in raids, fallen to time, whatever befell this place it shows. Stone color usage mixture gets a bit dicey in some exterior zones, with multiple stone structures near each other, but honestly, unless you spend a lot of time roaming these streets, you won't feel it too heavily. Of course, if you play the game without a guide, you probably will, so take that for whatever you will. The areas ringing the central, closed-off zone have an alien sort of feeling to them. They look more like coral grown on land and shaped by some unhuman intellect than anything formed by cracking and stacking rocks like a scrub. This is awesome and hints at what lies at the castle's heart. It is immediately jarring in juxtaposition, but it's intended to be, and its production of the intended effect helps the town walk from feeling to samey. 2.5 tile sets for the price of one in here. The walls look like whole slab construction cracking under the weight and ravages of time, but the exterior is crammed together more thoroughly than the medieval cobblestone road. There's a fun and prescient Twitch Plays Pokemon reference on the wall, and a scratchiness to the floor that almost suggests carpeting, but is definitely more about stuff being dragged over smooth stone. Thanks to the lack of that, we can see a far more ornate ceiling above. We could put a wet bar in this shot and call it a Blade Runner apartment. The walls are like Art Deco meets brutalist concrete overdose, and I'm loving it. This does not belong here unless it was a structure molded together by chaos magic. Atonal yet stylish. I really think we have a nice part of the castle tile set that just didn't go anywhere else, used for most of the interiors here. Aside from the lovely tapestry, this place has a dirty and grimy feeling to it. It's almost like they tried to emulate limited scope fire damage. I wouldn't take that theory too far, but will point out it's the guard rooms where soldiers on duty and gear were stored that have that, plus a kitchen. Just spitballing. The color mix creates stone in the usual way. The detailing remains rich, and these rooms do just kind of feel built different and intended for another exterior altogether that just doesn't exist in the game as it exists. So I called this pool tiling earlier, and I stand by that, but it doesn't mean it's not a beautiful and alien yet familiar vista to step out along a long hallway into. It is really just traditional tight stacked stone, though for some reason in my mind the bricks were all squares. They do a good job showing the waterline's lingering moisture through subtle texture work. Yet again, every 2D artist working on this game was a pro, and their 3D counterparts, wizards. Yeah, we go from the entrance to an Egyptian temple on Mars to a classroom in a modern concrete pour university. It's all deeply impressive and makes me cry out for a bigger fantasy adventure game from these devs in this visual style that will sadly never happen. The art form lives on through this record of their craft though, and I'll say the entryway and the rest of the place don't necessarily clash conceptually, but are jarring to jaunt between. Very strong use of brown as a base here in all instances. The ceiling has lovely carving details of the royal dragon crest you'd miss on most playthroughs, but what a wonder they were working making these zones, I swear. We could be on a museum heist here, but I'd also make fancy university presidential portrait hall my guess. The swoop on the stone arches, achieving that naturalistic curve in what on closer inspection of course, blocky textures. Masterclass. Pure masterclass. Cancel whatever subscriptions you have to learn about doing art and spend that time playing more Shadowgate 64. Red gem eye buttons. a brown stone aesthetic that feels like an extension of the stairwell textures from the Tower of Disciples, a sensation somewhere between divine and malignant overall. Yeah, I can believe this is the kind of testing facility where students dodge spinning blades. We enter a whole new style that works. Honestly, this tower may have the least cohesive interior overall, but every single part fits together right, so I don't really mind. I imagine them having the time and budget to flex, spreading these zones over more varied geographical zones, but it's not like I can't expect a unique style from the ultimate prize, the Ring of the Kingdom, marking you as a true sorcerer. Inverted blue stone pyramid with incredibly intricate carvings, almost like they're runic enchantments designed to hold in this endless abyss and sustain the box suspended by a tiny bridge in it. The height of the wall boxes compared with the placement of the stair boxes sometimes creates less than elegant joints that do not strike me as deliberate. Maybe they rushed, maybe they planned it all out and did the math, then saw this was the only way without hitting the drawing board or elongating certain boxes. Who knows? I think the ornamentation begins to become so rich, it stops losing particular meaning or focus by now though. And I say this as someone who went hunting every pixel of this stuff, thinking it might be a clue or trigger a progression. An ancient, weathered castle with a rich red stone that could almost be soaked in sacrificial blood. White stains that could be chalk smears, or a look through said blood. Huge brown floor stones. They do a sick job warping this place too. It feels larger than life, and it gets blown higher than heaven and deeper than hell. Somehow, by mostly keeping brown out of the palette and leaning on yellows and greens when they did incorporate it, this zone successfully feels immediately like the oldest part of Castle Shadowgate I've seen hands down. They communicate a lot visually here, even though it's just the one huge chamber and side cubby of evil for Belzar to be distracted in while you screw him. I think they did a great job holding back their heavy reds till just now. It helps accentuate the climactic area as visually distinctive when held against the rest of the game. We've discussed the mechanics before, but in brief, you move around in free look with the return drift bringing your eyes level, so you'll always be looking straight forward if you're not deliberately angling. You can interact and you can check your inventory, where you can interact to equip an item if there is nothing in front of you, or use it if there is. Most items cannot be equipped. Alchemy and rings are the core exceptions. With these side mechanics, you can kill yourself, invert your controls, stumble around drunkenly, and appease the dead. This is all excellent. Let me explain. You've got a fairly limited amount of variability in gameplay and mechanical depth due to the genre and constraints of what's doable in Shadowgate 64. The game is quite impressive technically in general, so we'll assume we see the outer edge of what they could achieve within their development constraints. The programmers did their job. This is where the designers come in. Rings and potions both provide an alternate state, cleared on level load in the latter case, much like oiling hinges is wiped away between loads. They can be reliably understood to be reusable puzzle pieces that have understood properties you can read about within the game. There's a red, blue, and green ring. Only one, the red ring, has a formally granted title, the Ring of the Dead. We can find Lakmir's notes where he discovers the realm of the dead, leading him to the creation of the ring, and possibly his ethereal hibernatory state. So it's got a lot of lore weight behind it. But it's also got the strongest functionality. The game has a lonely atmosphere, and only so many ways to fool the player into viewing the NPCs as realistic, but it also communicates most clearly and arrestingly through them. Ghosts are a spooky and natural inclusion, and this ring allows designers to layer in additional quest givers in previously visited locations. We increase NPC density without increasing the feeling, in particular the negative feelings associated with NPC density, in an atmospheric dark fantasy way. My one complaint is its singular drawback is a non-issue. My conspiracy brain tells me there was some toggle on activations for dialogue that would have been able to talk to people while it was on more trouble than it was worth to program, but that's probably just a conspiracy brain talking. The blue ring makes you itchy and reverses your controls. Slightly less world-shattering, I know, but by giving you control over a toggleable effect, we can later show how mastery and gain a necessary but nice advantage by neutralizing the environment doing the same to us. This doesn't require a new counter spell menu or magic casting animation. It's the same old color flash and text narration. Now there's new art in the equipment slot type deal. Also, you get to read some books with invisible ink. The green ring makes you die instantly. I was convinced there was some neutralization quality of a potion that will let you survive drinking it, and this would be necessary for some elaborate puzzle, but it's just a brute force hazard. Maybe don't try everything or you could die. Low potential, but I also tried to give it 2 people a few times. Cough, cough, Saul. Cough, cough, the pit pervert. You also get a poison plant near the alien-looking walls that goes unused. We could imagine a much darker version of this plot, where Dell took up serial poisoning and kept using yet more elaborate ruses to kill people without needing any additional mechanics beyond how we could place the violin on the jailer's table. Just let me drop it in their coffee, or offer them a nice ring and bam, aced. It does round out the set to a nice 3, so the binary between red and blue feels less lame, I'll admit. I'd call them order-related, but beyond red potentially being death, scandalously, considering it's banned, or green being death, but the fact it's a poison almost seems to indicate life, in some sort of druidic attack way. I'm not really sure how to categorize, and don't get me started on blue. Is order itchy somehow? I guess ill-fitting clothes are equally constraining as celestial orders of social pressure? Well, okay, the rings are a good idea, but they're unequipable. That's not really an extrusion beyond the same basic premise that wearing Jezebel's amulet lets you get by 2 guys. What about the potions? The potions are Liquid Sunset in red, Dragon's Tears Slain in gold, Night Elixir, an understated blue look, and Forest Nectar, enviable green. We have strong color coding consistency across 2 entries. Green kills you, blue reverses your controls. Seen as both exorcists and drunks, are well inured to communing with the spirits, I'll grant you red remains consistent too, and we have no golden ring, so there's no need to figure a parallel or arrange a shower. The mechanical space provisioned for here is profound, if anything, proof of at least 10% more total puzzles and a nice few switch-ups to the gameplay without extruding the underlying mechanics. I suspect all of these had a planned usage that wound up getting cut. The mapping is hazy to me now, but conceivably it could have overlapped with what we learned about the 4 schools of magic in a pleasingly consistent way. What we ultimately do with the potions is apply Dragon's Tears liberally as a puzzle solver and mix some liquor and skin itching juice to create a chemistry lesson style reaction that creates ceiling keyholes glowing. Slightly less inspirational, but considering the potion's layer and effect upon us only cleared on a cell load or unload, we could theoretically produce a puzzle. We see blue having a nullifying swapping effect. Let's imagine you to wear a dead man's ring to cross a certain threshold. It's a little riddle. You don't loot a guy for his ring, coin pervert style. You wear the ring only a dead man would have on, because it kills you. Now this is an equipment puzzle that has no equip-only solution. Instead, you could down the blue potion, don the green ring, and instead get a healing sensation as if the venomous stickler doesn't acknowledge you as a target, or it's changed to anti-venom on contact with your blue juice-rich blood. Either way, you pass through the doorway and you have passed through wearing a dead man's ring. Lovely, combinatory. Not to suggest we do a little quick maths here, We've unlocked 14 options minimum here. 8 if you can't get behind a dupe. I think this is an example of where the initial reach of the game's design probably outshone its eventual grasp. I doubt so many functional items received art, implementation, and in the Green's case, death sequences on a whim. What we've gone over shows that the core mechanics are artfully extruded beyond the limitations of what the game is technically. Technically, they could have taken the same underlying engine and had you do nothing the whole game but use one item on one target to complete all puzzles, and advance all throughout the game in this fashion. No mixing 2 potions in a bowl, no eating meat then grabbing a bone, because it hadn't occurred at a design level how to use the potential interactions in an artful way. Shadowgate 64 never addresses the player out of character. The death screen has a narrator, but it doesn't talk about using the Z button or adjusting the joystick. There's no Skippy here talking about doing a barrel roll or blasting with the B button. You're immersed at all points of contact with the game, and you're expected to read the manual or figure it out otherwise. But it's not right to say the game dumps you in and expects you to just figure it out. Even assuming the manual doesn't exist, as discussed, when I went over the opening room as a vertical slice, you aren't even given meat to eat until you figure out what key interacts, and point it somewhere logical, the guy next door. And then your eyes are immediately forced upon meat and told to eat it. Well, that's an interaction, right? The game is teaching you, and you start to learn. We learned that using something that's intended to be interacted with gives a description. You never use an object on anything that gives no description when interacted with empty-handed. Sometimes, like in the first room, the game narrows down to gates that guarantee you've learned something or produced a facsimile of knowledge via blind flailing and quickly forgetting. For example, we learned that our equipment slot can force conversations without the interaction button. We have to wear Jezebel's necklace to get access to the tavern, and we won't be freeing Agaar without the magic orb his sister has inside. We develop the truths, what we think we know, organically through play. This is a massive boon to immersion, to sense of place and the realness of the world. We test ourselves against the logic of what feels like the world, not a game designer throwing wild shit at a wall. And so long as the results remain satisfying and we keep having testable ideas and understand the total universe of possibilities, we'll continue to move forward. So long as we eagerly learn the game world's logic, we won't get too caught up in impossibilities. Things the game either cannot or will not do. I never tried to find a way to stab someone with a pickaxe or a broken weapon, because that was obviously not supported by the game in either capacity. So that's one less way I was going to waste my time trying stuff till I reached the puzzle's answer. The game never gives you a pop-up that says, use A to interact, you must learn. But learning in such a wide open field model creates an issue all organic learning has. False positives, false rules, and exception blindness. When I was able to collect coins and buy items, I thought this was progress. I pondered how the game would make allowance for buying the wrong stuff or running out of coins. I reasoned there must be enough in the spaces common to the need progression point that you couldn't do that, or else you could sell an item back for a coin, like you can swap violins. This was a false positive. The money does not matter, and any mental energy I expended collecting the coins or buying items with them from the pawn shop, imagining I'd one day need them, was wasted. They cluttered my inventory, and not in a pleasing way. I was still trying to use that gauntlet at the end of the damn game. I considered a light-hearted coin counter collectathon segment, but the more I pondered it, the less appropriate it felt. Unused items are far from all bad, but the coins ultimately represent an errant signal, false positives about how the world works. In this instance, it's actually a nice bit of verisimilitude and harmless fun, so don't think I'm docking the game for variety here, but this is a clean example of a false positive. You think you've learned currency, and that it could be a factor, but it couldn't be, not by the game's true logic. When the game starts to repeat patterns, we can imagine their rules. This is an issue for players like me, who are pretty big overthinkers, while considering systematic answers and solutions, although less so for others who take each puzzle as it comes without presumption, even if they subconsciously do act in accordance with past experiences to a point. This is what I call a false rule. Let's consider. You can enjoy the effects of the potions and rings like dying anywhere in the game's world, but in the Trial of Towers you cannot. Is that a false rule, then, that you can always enjoy the effects of the potions and rings? Not at all. If a game tells you the lance item breaks the shield item, and also that the shield doesn't break when hit, most specificity trumps generality style games, like D&D 5e, will resolve in favor of the lance. We get told that we cannot rely on magical effects when we reach that floor. It's understood trump that is signaled to us explicitly in the text. What's really a false rule, and I'm not saying everyone will create this false rule in their head, but it's certainly a possibility, is the idea that every item will be used precisely once. Now that's not true, but if you approach every puzzle assuming it is, until you have tried everything that hasn't been used yet, you'll get through the game faster, I feel confident in saying. This is almost a rule, but violated very rarely. My brain tried to latch on to these exceptions and figure out a pattern to them. Maybe every prying type item will get used once. Maybe only potions repeat. Maybe every item has at least one use. All these get disproven sooner or later. False rules are a flailing gamer's boneyard, and I'd return to gnaw on them at times of greatest frustration, imagining that just like I'd been shown the rules of the game in that first room there were more along the way I just missed the subtle clues towards. Exception blindness. Let's rewind the floor with the exception that gets signaled to us. Let's imagine that instead of getting told about this, we once read a book that spoke of an anti-magic symbol that would negate artifacts and potions around it. Let's say that symbol was in statue form at the entrance. Interacting with it tells us it's the whatever its name symbol. We go to drink a potion, nothing happens. What gives? The game is busted. We're exception blind. The game actually told us about the exception, just subtly. They just come out and tell you because it's much better to definitively know that than labor under the illusion there's a critical bug or you just haven't thought of how to use the right item the right way yet. The game designers are playing a double game with us, like a tabletop role-playing game runner or dungeon master. This person wants to provide puzzles that are a challenge, but if it's too challenging, we will give up. But in the case of many DMs, if we figure it out too quickly, that's no fun at all. And if you work at TNS and want a video game with decent length so you don't get dinged in the reviews for it, then, well, you need to make the puzzles in that sweet spot as well. But a video game player can come back to that puzzle many times, so long as it remains interesting. You could say this whole double game is ignorable. You don't need to ever think about the game's rules, but think about the cost of missing them. I gave up on my no-guide run in the 11th hour precisely because I had not internalized the truth in the Valve puzzle. Multi-target puzzles will never call for more than a single interaction. I contend that if they'd had a similar lever pulled at the end of the sequence, or removed the lever from the valve chamber, or had it pull itself automatically when you got the sequence correct, this could have formed a unifying multi-target law that would help with limiting the pool of potential inputs a player thinks they have organically. Furthermore, if we imagine a cancel sound chime after every valve had been turned the max number of times that we set them all to their base state, and we reused that cancel chime in the dragon music chamber, even tighter. At some point, we say, why not just give them a pop-up? But it's the same reason the DM doesn't explain how the puzzle works. Figuring it out is part of its own reward, and the more they let slip, the faster you zip-zap on by, and now that puzzle hasn't really bought you or TNS much time, now has it? This is absolutely not a concept I invented, nor one that the designers at TNS could have plausibly been ignorant of, even if they didn't use any certain names for it. They probably designed with all the implicit laws they were used to from games and adjusted to suit their own personal tastes, probably with some agreement during whiteboard phases or on the fly to keep roughly uniform. Let's consider some of their laws, shall we? You never interact with a purely flat wall in a way that progresses the game, even if it does give some setting description. And even then, that's usually preserved for stuff like the manacles in the cell that pop off the wall a little. You know, all 3D and shit. I'd argue the quiz walls automatically engaging you in conversation when you approach is an attempt at law preservation. It may have been done for other technical reasons, but it means you don't interact with the perfectly flat wall to great an effect at any point in the game. Remember the pickaxe climbing wall? Far from flat. You never need more than one of any item for any reason. That may seem obvious, but keep in mind the coins. You can have more than one, but each coin purchasable item is worth just one coin. It seems obvious, but these laws are supposed to, so much so that the game even hinting at them being false could be the Samson that knocks down all the pillars in your player's mind palace they ponder this game's puzzles in until they throw in the towel in exasperation. We could go on, but I feel strongly that the point is made. Shadowgate 64 has rules, and sometimes it bends them, and when it bends them well, it lets you know what it's doing. Half the reason I needed a guide to finish the game was I went berserk, imagining that all the rules were wrong or there was some deep lore environmental storytelling hidden in the pretty wall patterns. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think I developed those opinions I shared with you about every square inch of pixel in this game's whole runtime because they're gorgeous and well made and atmospheric? Yeah, well, that too, okay, but the reason I glossed over the ones in the Dragon Music Puzzle Chamber is I went bonkers, studying every little detail, hoping against hope that some completely unlikely spot was hiding the truth in plain sight. I started to question why I'd rarely considered wall textures a place to hunt for clues, and the reason was, it was a law I'd been taught correctly. But Lakmir never straight up says it, so there's always that nagging room for doubt. Such is the price we pay for such immersive game feel at such low fidelities, I suppose. To round it all off, I suppose my big three accusation I'm setting up here is that at some level the game says, we only teach implicitly, never confirm explicitly, but then violate non-judiciously. Judicious violation of a law, like if you needed 2 coins to operate twin-linked crab arm toys in Lakmir's basement to grab a big key, would facilitate a memorable alteration to the pattern of play and sense of the mechanic's scope. I hope through all this I don't sound too angry or disapproving of the devs. I honestly believe everyone there showed up, brought their A game, and left it all on the floor. What they've built is a miracle. Frankly, I think this game got absolutely robbed blind by the reviewers and dealt an uphill battle from jump by getting handed the task of making this game an N64 exclusive. Let's tackle those reviewers first. Into the pitch, hard, with a blow below the fucking waist. When this game came out, review scores were middling at best and generally unkind. Even some of the mid-grades damned with faint praise. The Next Generation gave 2 out of 5 stars. GameSpot 4.6 out of 10. Game Rankings aggregated the total scores to 61%, which sounds better than mostly 3 stars, but is what it translates to when you consider variable review methods and a positive weight upwards from a lot of percentile places grading games like schoolwork in the United States. I couldn't find a link to the Next Generation review, but Wikipedia alleges, quote, nothing especially wrong here, but nothing you haven't seen before, and better. Now a slight gripe. Here, better how? Adventure games at the time were in love with pre-rendered backgrounds. FMV games that had you playing a series of video clips or perhaps turning green-screened clips into rough GIFs, and some of them just played like straight-up slideshows. Full 3D freedom of movement, where you can interact with anything in the adventure game genre, straight up puzzles, no platforming or shooting or anything. Maybe I'm just ignorant, buddy, but I really don't think the audience had. Me least of all, considering I was 5. We Crucify the Traitor last. N64 Magazine. Issue number 31, page 76. I've tracked down an internet archive flipbook of this, and I strongly recommend we ought to take it in together. So here we go. Here's an example of Shadowgate's at time baffling internal logic. Fairly early on in the game, you find a selection of small statues, including a modern man, 8-man, fairy, and elf. At one point, you're required to place 2 of these next to a statue of a primitive man in order to open a secret door. The obvious solution is to put the primitive and modern man down, but no, the puzzle requires the fairy and elf, which begs one question. Why? Alright, sorry, this just smacked me in the face. We establish above that our author, Just Bickham, who nobody should go bother about this, bro is doing his job and probably not that into adventure games, leave him alone, finds the book's one of the better points. Okay, agreed. We then show the statuette puzzle. One of my examples of how cleanly and clearly world building in the short books found nearby directly hints at game-based solutions to puzzle. Bro tried to recreate real evolution, as surely somewhat expected by the devs, and then asks, why do fairy, elf, man work instead? But that's the lore. That's explained in a book within 2 screens, or maybe 3, of this spot at most. You have surely just gotten or chosen to pass up on this book, bro. I think I see it in the screenshot. I'm not saying this is a defense for everything, but have you tried reading? Bro was just not locked in. Again, I'm sure Mr. Bickham is a great fellow and has a great repertoire of Jane Austen-themed name jokes. But I'm already looking at this saying, yeah, this guy needed to have a slate of reviews on boss's desk by end of day Monday when he was playing. Which, fair enough. But I don't judge literature based on the fact I need to have my book report done in 3 jaws, or I'm out of a gig. At some point, we're judging our own life circumstances and material conditions more than we are the art. Sigh. We've followed this game for months and months in RPG news, and then all we get is a game worthy of the pitiful score you've already peaked at the bottom right corner of this page. And the reason for this, Shadowgate seems to believe that the player will enjoy a significant amount of time trudging up and down endless, indistinguishable gray and brown corridors, very slowly, while scouring and picking up every object in every room. Shadowgate is, simply, very dull. If you're an aficionado of old-school RPGs, and don't mind tortoise-slow speed, being a halfling named Dell, and text messages that read, "You can't use that here," you may get marginally more enjoyment out of this than we did. In fact, Shadowgate 64 is pretty much identical to its NES predecessor, a first-person RPG that renders the freedom of a first-person view redundant, as you've no choice but to follow the incredibly narrow route through the game, which, when coupled with some instant death situations that come up with no warning... Alright, dog, but you can save at any time, right? I mean, this did really bite me in the dick a few times, as mentioned, but you could very easily save any time you got an item or made progress. Well, anyway. Can be very frustrating. One shining example sees you trudging through the sewers and then immediately drowning when you hit an indistinguishable puddle for no other reason than it's deep. Hurrah! Yeah, on a CRT with the brightness down, the end of tunnel drop is a bit of a bitch, but as you may recall from that bit of the footage when I went to get Rastolin's treasure, they clearly caught that in QA, as you get a forced dialogue pop-up warning you against going further, unless he means the cave, which has a whole cutscene at the nearest point of entry dedicated to showcasing the water's depths and dangers. So, I mean... It's a shame, because at times Shadowgate has a good sense of atmosphere, rifling through the dusty books that you accumulate to get a sense of time, place, and characters, an interesting slant, but high points such as this get lost in the quagmire of boredom that Shadowgate 64 becomes after about, 20 minutes of play. A shame. This is really crazy because we fundamentally agree about why the game is cool, and they were staring right at the twisted logic of Shadowgate when they were reading the book. Calling it now, this reviewer did not reach Lakmir's tower. No way he'd have gotten past that maze, and if he quit there and shit-canned the review score over that, I'd honestly support him. Now let's look at the sidebar scores. Okay visuals. He accurately points out that the game is covering for its limitations with both ghosts and all NPC appearances, but I'm wagering he missed out on most of the staged animations because he never saw a living person after the prison starter. The sound slander I've got to dismiss out of hand. No accounting for taste. Starting to get the sense innovative is a euphemism for no gun or jump, which, fair enough. I get the adventure genre was dying at the time, but it's strange to see that held against it. I think this is a critique of the era. He did puzzles in horror games, he did puzzles in platformers, he did puzzles in shooters. Everything's an adventure. You know, in the general sense that it has a story. So now, where does that leave adventure games? Well, right where they were. It's the observer who has moved, not the object. But I suppose when you think you're headed to the future, you could well see the object as disappearing into the past. If only they knew how much of their time spent in future adventures, they'd hold down a button to craft a consumable. They might have reversed fields while they still could. I have no nostalgia, yet stayed with it to the bitter end, only going for a guide near the apex. This suggests forejudgment and bitterness. Earlier he mentioned RPG News being super hype about this game, at least covering it a whole lot. I think people probably got promised something it was not. I have two major theories on why the review scores were so bad. One is that most reviewers of this game were not adventure game enjoyers, but generalist reviewers shunted into a really particular genre. We don't blame a horror film reviewer for not having a big opinion on the latest comedy, but then anyone can sit down and reach the end of its film by its runtime. Not so in Shadowgate 64. A couple of reviews seem to have cited constant instant deaths, but barring falling off a ledge or through the roof, or walking deep into the jailer's room, you have to initiate the course of action that kills you in Shadowgate 64. If you drink poison or walk into a whirling blade, what did you expect to happen? This game would hardly be helped by popping rings out of you like you were Sonic. I get finding a couple of them bullshit, but honestly, I wasn't sure you could die or if falling in the water to my death was a childhood nightmare fused with core memories of the game initially. Then came the Cathedral roof and I learned. Oh, did I learn. I think some people who talk about being familiar knew the first one because it was an NES game, and they judged it as such. They were console gamer fans of Shadowgate because it received an NES port, and more than a few refer to this as a follow-up to an NES game explicitly. That tells me they, or at least their intended audience, were not exactly PC gaming it up enough to be into the running for dedicated point-and-click enjoyer position. The other theory I have is some reviewers were big adventure gamers, quite probably fans of the original. This meant that the functional change in who was actually making the game, which doesn't seem to have really made it clearly to the press on most channels, already seeded some issues. I don't know what the other Shadowgates were like, substantively speaking, beyond a handful of screenshots and vague Game Boy memories. So perhaps this really is just a ball spike on the legacy. Most people cited nostalgia as the saving grace defending it, or at least as a fun point, though. So it is not as if the reviewers don't knock the game for it. I suspect that rather the adventure genre had moved on and pure console gamers were unlikely to be seeking out an adventure experience. Nintendo fans who'd gone off genre for the NES port were probably their last hope, but unlike Obi-Wan, they did not come through for them. Hold on, wait a minute. They comprehensively covered Shadowgate already? In RPG News? In N64 at number 26? Is this the news section of RPG news we allude to at the start? Or is there a whole nother review? I confess I'm out of my depth here. Big admission for a video essay guy, but to make it perfectly honest with you, I just assume it was the publisher tidbit drip feed news. We're moving on. Now, the N64. It's important to remember video game development used to move fast. Like really, really fast. Super Mario 64 dropped in '96 for Japan and North America. And boy diggity, was it the hot shit in 3D gameplay when it came out. That was just 3 years prior. But the GameCube would release in 2001. We were already halfway through the console's lifecycle, and I say this as a lover of the old boy, the cartridge-based yoke around its neck meant it had way less dev skill ceiling to permit high-fidelity late-cycle titles like the PlayStation line often enjoys. If you're an old head, Renaissance gaming enthusiast, or are enough of a video essay addict that your mind's just riven with other people's opinions about all these titles despite you never touching them a day in your life, consider the following 99 releases for comparison and review. System Shock 2, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, Final Fantasy VIII, Silent Hill. The N64 was nearing its outer limits, and even where those limits were being pushed, there was a string attached. Donkey Kong 64 launched the same year, but it required the expansion pack to play. Literally additional hardware. I say all this to paint a picture that illuminates why these critics did not love this game the way I do. To me, it is both ancient and beautiful. I really like pixel art and appreciate games at the level of graphical fidelity they achieve. Art direction and good use of available assets are way more important to me. Body Harvest came out in '98 and is an incredibly impressive open world game on the N64. Why am I not hyping it up right now? Well, it's a wonderful piece of gaming history that pushes the console well past its commonly agreed upon limits, but the textures look like the inside of a melted candy wrapper, and you may as well be piloting an ant. Del Cottonwood could smoosh Adam Drake like a bug if you stood their models side by side at implemented gameplay scale. This isn't an attack on other games, but an explanation of how I love Shadowgate 64. The overall ambiance and style achieved punches far above its weight class in terms of hardware, and it does it so much so that it's absurd. I love it for what it is and hold no pretensions about it failing to be what it's not, because to me, there were no promises. Not even a promise of another game I might like, since I don't even think I put 2 and 2 together about the Game Boy game I got anywhere, and this title, till I'd at least poked around the sewers a bit. Just keep in mind that they made a game that was good on a console that had limitations in an era when gaming was moving at breakneck pace, whenever you see these reviews. And remember, lots of these people really had to slot a game in a week at most. And yeah, fair dues. Shadowgate 64 isn't giving up much of its secrets in so short a time without a guide or being super good at escape room style puzzles. I have a hubristic proposition. I think the critics of yesteryear misunderstood what they saw. They were not being presented with an attempt to keep up with the Joneses and create the next entry in a traditional genre, nor to compete with new genres. Nay. Shadowgate 64 represents the nub of a nascent lost genre, which should have been the seed that grew into so much more, stifled in the crib. For every voice saying, "What do you mean it's an adventure game?" Well, think about all those critics shooting it down and saying it failed to innovate because you used items to solve puzzles. What was innovation expected to do, really? Huh? Do shooters occasionally put out a new title without guns and insist it's still an FPS? No. They were complaining it hadn't morphed into a new genre along the lines of popular console games at the time. Survival horror, mascot platformers, there were plenty of new genres with strong roots in the adventure game tradition. But it had. Shadowgate 64 remains distinct from the stage and actor central model of adventure games in vogue around its release, whose developers were naturally seduced by the enhanced graphical fidelity of 3D technology you only need to record or snap an image of rather than render fluidly. What's in a genre, really? A noir is just a mystery with dames, dim lighting, and alcoholism. But it's also so much more. In Shadowgate, you go on an adventure and solve puzzles, but it was not in the same genre as PC adventure games of its era. By emphasizing the first-person perspective, it drew a third-person, first-person distinction, the kind we readily accept between types of shooter. And like that distinction, there is a meaningful difference in how the experience is felt and characterized. You're in Dell's head. You don't watch him trip and hear him gripe and guffaw at his one-liners. He's you. You're him. The rare times someone acts like he said something the designers are making a bet it just came out of your mouth, or at the very least crossed your mind. I propose that Shadowgate 64 represents what could have been a new era for adventure. The immersive first-person adventure. Yes, that's a bullshit marketing copy-ass name. No, I do not feel it any less in my soul. This game has vibes. This game has atmosphere. Even in the negative reviews, we see the difficulty of the puzzles keeping them from biting back the admittance that this game really feels like a place you can inhabit, that sucks you in, that sucks you off, that tells a compelling story that hits with the weight far more than the sum of its already weighty parts. This genre, the immersive first-person adventure, has plenty of legs to stand on. Pretty much anywhere you can put a traditional adventure game or survival horror, you can slide in an IFPA. Alright, that sounds like a craft beer and a revolutionary army had a baby, but you get the idea. We really could have had it all. An empire of digital dirt, hardened into gamer clay, along the ruddy river banks of the mighty Shadowgate 64. Had only it not been dammed up by tech limitations on the N64, and damned straight to hell on arrival by critics. I'm sad we didn't get to see more games like this, but of course, modernity has found its way there eventually. Games like the ones I just described are now ubiquitous anywhere PC games are sold or offered for free now. The Renaissance is so good people are saying they never left. But let's turn our eyes to one last factor before we close out. Tales of adventure, all sorts, no doubt helped shape the collective mind that produced Shadowgate 64. But tabletop gaming looms large in the background. Its contrivances and tendencies, that is, both its trends and its tendencies, are all over Shadowgate 64. The lore is where it's most felt, but on a whole it felt like a solo adventure for a non-combat character. A thief story of sorts, if you will. This world-building and design philosophy provided a lot of shorthand and signals. Maybe that's why the twisted logic made more sense to me, a tabletop RPG designer, than it did to an N64 magazine reviewer. Thank you for listening. While the developers who created the game are no longer associated with Shadowgate, and have surely moseyed on by now to greener pastures, as I mentioned earlier, there is a feel-good story run parallel to all this. The creators of the original intellectual property are still making games and own the rights to Shadowgate themselves. I've kept myself away from these games so as to not color my opinion of Shadowgate 64, so I could appraise it on its own merits as a bespoke piece of art. With this analysis completed though, I hope you'll join me in checking out those cool new games and remasters from Zojoi and Graph Metal Games. If you enjoyed the video, please consider liking, subscribing, joining our Discord, and checking out the other Diesel Shot channels where we share videos about actual play of our tabletop RPGs.